Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, September the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, guys. Wow, we have a day. Finally, we have a bit of a gap up day, guys. Look at my pre-market actives up and look at the pre-market actives down that meet my filter requirements. Just a ton of pre-market actives up. No point going over them all, of course, and only three on the way down. And the same with the gap up version of this, the alerts that we get, the real-time alerts. Just a ton of them gapping up and only one gapping down that meet my filter requirements. So just looking left, yeah, the SPY is up 4. So we'll see what happens. Can this be the day maybe that the SPY can be positive? So what's happening? Now, first of all, just to let you know, this KPRX, our provider, has not adjusted it for the split. It is a 1 for 40 reverse split. So this is not up 3,500%, okay? ILAG, ILAG, had a nice day yesterday at the end. Went from $1.73 to $2.15, nice percentage move, and it is a continuation. Don't see any specific reason for it. It's a Hong Kong stock, but don't see any specific reason for it. EQ, let's see if it's held its gains. EQ, gapped up on positive data. Positive data from its lead asset in kidney inflammation. Okay, I don't know what phase this is, but so it is gapped up. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. OCUL, another one that is gapped up on some positive data. OCUL. However, so much for that being positive. He's completely given it up. It's almost, in fact, it's below yesterday's close. OCUL, this was shortable for me. Well, still is. Look at that, seven down to 5, basically. Yeah, so that was your news. Phase 1, nice pop up, but then super reality set in. Look at this. Mara, so the Bitcoin is on the move this morning. BITO, just going to take a look at BITO. Yeah, so Bitcoin up, well, BITO is up 5.5%. I don't know what Bitcoin is right now, obviously over 18,000. So usual suspects like Mara, M-A-R-A, and Riot. Lucid, LCID. LCID is gapped up. Cantor Fitzgerald has put a $23 price target on them. All right, so that is the reason for Lucid on the way. Lucid has some room until about 1564. So about $1 away before it hits the next high. Again, I'm not saying it's going to hit that high, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. TCRT, this was one from yesterday, kind of holding that 230, well, 225 level. Still has room looking left. 274 is the next high looking left. If you discount yesterday's high was 232. STM, gap up for STM. Announces the status of the common share repurchase program. Hello, Gary. Question in our YouTube room: do we have a strategy for V-Wap crossovers? Well, we have a V-Wap crossover alert. Okay, so After that, you can build your own strategy from it. Strategy meaning a price range and a minimum volume and things like that. But we do have we have an alert for V-Wap crossovers. If I right click, configure, search, and I type in V-Wap. So we have crossed above the V-Wap and crossed below the V-Wap. Now, these two do require some volume confirmation, okay? Because so sometimes it doesn't look like it's instant. But as far as the strategy is concerned, well, again, this is we have a couple of alerts that you can build your strategy around, okay? If that makes sense. CCL. So CCL actually has some news. A sort of casino software being installed on 11 other ships. And that is CCL. I just can't get behind these cruisers though, guys. Sorry. ATXA. So they had the reverse split. Was it yesterday or a couple of days ago? ATXI. And now they are just a little bit of rip mode right here, up 50%, lots of volume, low float. Okay, so I have a question about IPOs hitting the market. Okay, this is what I do. I've got a little bit of time before 9:10, okay? This is what I do, and I think this is a better way to do it. There is a hack in which you can see IPOs. Bit of a hack, okay? So if you have my halts resumes, I would say that 90 to 95% of IPOs will show up as a resume, okay? Number one. So all of a sudden, so if you have this house resumes, and I'm sharing it, it's on my homepage. That's number one. But this is what I would do. Let me find my IPO calendar. Because if you want to know about the IPO, I mean, you should do a little bit of work ahead of time. Okay, so this is, I can give you this link. This is my IPO. This is what I use for IPOs. So this is my IPO calendar. These are the last few IPOs that have happened. But I go to my IPO calendar, and you can see right off the bat, WXT was supposed to be today or on the 23rd. It was postponed. The rest of these are the ones that in theory are going to happen this week, but maybe this one on Friday. So let's just take a look at LRE on Friday, okay? LRE. So this is what I do. Type in LRE, not trading yet, of course. I create a price alert. I put $1. Obviously, it should trade over a dollar. But more importantly, I want to know what the structure is. Okay, 2 million shares between 12 to 15. So I'm going to type that in the notes section. 2 million, 12 to 15. And sometimes I'll put who's behind it. And also I want to see if it's a China stock. And this is not a China stock. It's Israeli though. Sometimes these Israeli stocks can go crazy too. So I will put, okay. So now when this triggers, if it happens on Friday, I will get a price alert. I have my, my price alert window. But more importantly, I'll know the structure because let's just say this opened at $4, okay? Well underneath the 12 to 15. That means there's not a lot of enthusiasm for it. But what if it opened at 18 or 20, very low amount of shares? So you know what the structure is. So to me, it's better than just knowing that an IPO has happened. Okay, and then I save it. And so this is what I do is then I'll look at this every day because sometimes there'll be another one added. Okay, and it takes typically what I do though is on Saturday or Sunday I take a look at my IPO calendar. We're not an IPO. We're like the IPOs are not going to come fast and furious, obviously because of the market. But you just basically just go through them, create your price alerts, put the structure in, maybe who's behind it. You'll start to recognize some of the ones who are behind it, seem to have a little more, shall we say, oomph, depending and also if it's China. So that's what I do. Okay. Now, again, you could also have the halts resumes, that scanner, and it's just sort of one of those, it wasn't designed like this, but I would say that at least 90% of IPOs show up first as a resume. Okay. And last on my list here was Sava. Sava was actually popping up. I think it pulled back a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. So Sava is still active, guys. I mean, what did it hit yesterday? 47.71. All right, let me check the analysts to see what they're doing today regarding upgrades and downgrades. See how many they've got. Well, they're sleeping again, guys. So this is from briefing.com. Not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. Look at OCL. Look at OCUL now, guys. What a short that was. Whoa. Fortunately, I did not take it, but had the big pop on the phase one news and then actually gone negative for the day. All right, there are some of the upgrades. There are some of the downgrades. Again, not very many of each. But I thought that was yesterday. Is it effective today? ATXI? I thought it was effective yesterday. Am I wrong? Yeah, no, that was Friday. So the split has already has already happened. Okay, the reverse split happened on Friday. So now we're Tuesday. So the reverse split took effect, as I say, on Friday for ATXI. All right. I guess I should have mentioned Bed Bath and Beyond. Bed Bath and Beyond has, such as they're going to be, earnings on the 29th pre-market. So that will be Thursday pre-market for Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. Oh, look at this OCUL. A high of 7 down to 460 now. See if they released any news today regarding ATXI. A lot of times what happens that just after a company does a reverse split, they try to come up with any sort of a press release, just kind of to juice the stock a little bit, but don't see anything. So guys, of course, my bias, along with most of people in this market right now, is to short these tops, okay? And I just have a tough time believing that any one of these things are going to persist, continue. Never seen this one before. The Granite Shares 1.5 time long Coinbase Daily ETF, CONL. Never seen this one before. It doesn't trade that much. Bitcoin play, of course. Okay, this one, RNA, guys. This is just showing up now for me. The volume is, I think I have a minimum volume of 20,000 shares. So, I mean, it's not very much volume. Just getting clobbered here, announcing a partial clinical hold for their trial. Okay, so that is the reason, but not a lot of volume yet. And that is RNA. Roblox is on the move here, guys. Roblox, RBLX. Yeah, and I did see the Carvana. The Carvana was on the move too. Again, I just have a tough time thinking that they're just going to that they're going to continue after being beaten up so much over the last several months. You know, we've got all the dip the or buy the dip players. This is definitely more like short the pop. Todd, you're in early today. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Click on More, Show More, and then click on Sector Status. So we should see a lot of green now. Yes, boy, you haven't seen a day like this for a long time. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So I always look at XLE first as a demonstration. So XLE, excuse me, is a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% green, that means every single stock is above yesterday's close. Okay. And, you know, with the market going to have a positive open, it makes sense that virtually every sector is positive. So look at technology, 96% of them are up from yesterday's close, communications 100%, etc. There is not what you can call really a weak sector right now. I mean, the weakest, if you call this weak, is our utilities, only 75%. Okay. Now, I have my doubts, of course, that this market is going to continue at this level. So at about 10, between 10 and 10:15, I'll try to remember to take a look at these sectors, but in a different view, the change from the open. In other words, what have the stocks done since they opened? So we could see, for example, we could still see energy stocks above yesterday's close, but they're open. They could be sliding from their opening trade. And so we'll keep an eye on that percentage. All right, guys, let's see. Anything new popping in here? I do see Blue Apron. Blue Apron's got a lot of volume, actually, 229,000 shares. It's a low float. It's sort of an interesting day yesterday. So there's a 200-day moving average, 492. So it is just below that 200-day moving average. If there's any specific news, I don't see any specific news. This is from the 22nd, joining UN Sustainability Initiative, but that's from the 22nd. I don't see any specific news for APRN. I did see Nautilus. Anybody who's been a gym rat knows Nautilus very well. Nautilus putting themselves up for sales, basically. I love the way they phrase this. Hangs a for sale sign. So it is, yeah, thank you, William. I knew it had to be over 18. I guess that was kind of the line in the sand a bit. Okay, so Davis, you're talking about what you see here, this large cap gainers from the open, the race. Those two races, I've got two races, okay? These two races that you see here, they will not start until 9:30. That's by design for me, okay? So if you want them, I'm sharing a lot of scans, including those two. If you go to my homepage, okay? If you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see, and here are my scans. Click here, and those are the two races, okay? So if you're able to load them right now, it's at 9:22 Eastern right now, they will start at 9:30. Okay, I have now I should say this one might not. You might have to manually start it. I may make a change. Mine will manually start at 9:30, but this one you might have to manually start. I'll probably make a change on the weekend so that it manually starts. It's up to you, of course. I mean, you can have these start in the pre-market. I just like to see them starting at 9:30. That's all. But those are the two races. And if you don't know anything about the races, then when you go to my homepage, click on the education section, and then click on the user guide. And then right here, TI stock races, okay? You notice these are the only two scans that I'm showing, okay? Based on the stock races. So I do have some other scans. I don't have them all up and running, but I do have some other scans that people can take a look at. But I really just concentrate on the stock races all day long. So the question I have is, what is the difference between the two races? Times it now 924. So this race here, the biggest gain is from the open. You will see a lot more volatility here. In other words, you'll see stocks that are moving, 4, 5, 10, sometimes 15% in this particular race. Okay. This one over here, the large cap gainers, it's in essence the same sort of race, except what I did is I added a couple of filters so that the stock has to be at least a 500 million market cap, and it has to have at least 50 million in the float and 500,000 shares traded. Okay. So you're not going to see, like, usually anyway, you're not, yeah, I mean, every now and then you might, but you're not going to see big percentage moves in this one. So why would you might say to yourself, well, I want to see the one with the big percentage moves. With big percentage moves up also comes with big percentage moves down. Okay. I mean, what you can see things that are just flying high, but then they can, the rug can get pulled and they're right back down. So this is more for really active traders. This one, is a little more calm. So I like to have them both up. I'll look at both all day long. But if I only had one to look at, just because of the style of trader I am, I would be looking at the volatility one. But you've got to be really, really careful. Some of these are very low float stocks. It's not that I have a low float. It's not that I have a maximum float in here. It's just that for a stock to be, moving a lot percentage wise, typically it has to be a low float. Not many shares outstanding, or not many shares in the float. You're not going to get a 30 or 40% move in I almost said I can't say Meta, Facebook. Okay. You're not going to get 30 or 40% moves in Facebook with the float it's got, 2 point whatever billion. I mean, 2.26 billion in the float, you're not going to get big percentage moves. Okay. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. And just another word about the float. I got a question about it. Remember, the float is just the available number of shares that can be traded on any given day. Okay. So you take the number of shares outstanding, you start subtracting what insiders own, perhaps mutual funds, etc. Uh, Mutual funds, etc. Probably more for a larger, like the larger stocks like Apple's and the Amazons, etc. Anyway, for me, thank you, William. Less than a minute. Yeah, thank you, William. For me, anything less than 20 million is what I consider a low float situation. Okay, so the float is the available number of shares for trading. So that is the supply of stock. And when you have high demand for any reason at all, that's what can cause a stock to go up. So the lower that number, the float number, and then when there's the high demand, that's why sometimes you're going to see stocks moving 100, 200%, or during the day. It's the only way. All right, guys, I'll get set for this open now. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit, and see what happens. And if I were new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. There's no mad rush to get in, guys. Things are very whippy. So you see how these are going to start. Now, again, if you have my large cap gainers from the open, yours may not have started because I didn't have you might have to click the arrow and to get it started. So what you're seeing here, you're seeing stocks moving up and down. I call it moving up and down the leaderboard. So when you see 5.8%, okay, for ILAG, what that means is since the race started a minute ago, this has moved 5.8%. And you can just see it, you know, it opened at 223, it got up to 236, which represents now it's at 4%. Now, does it mean you just hop into the trade? Of course not. But it's going to alert you to the stocks that are moving the most based on the filters that I've got. Remember, the race is always built on starts from a top list. So I'm looking at stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So it'll look at all those stocks that meet those filter requirements, and whatever stock is moving the most, you will start to see it move up to the top of the leaderboard. And at the end of the 4 minutes, a winner will be declared, and you will see that there will be a top 10 list, a watch list for you, automatically prepared for you. All based on how many times a stock wins a race. The number in the number one position would be a stock that has won the most races over the course of the day. So Lucid with that $23 price target put on it by Cantor Fitzgerald. So the next high looking left for Lucid is 1558, LCID 1558. So that price target obviously is helping this stock immensely right now, up 7%, lots of volume, big float, $500 million in the float. ARDS, didn't see ARDS yesterday at all. ARDS had a big gap down day. This is, I don't know what this one, okay, with gains on withdrawal of public offering. So they were going to be doing a financing. Okay, and they've withdrawn that financing. Got a little bit of room on a percentage basis. 126 is the next high looking left. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. So why do I mention it at all? It's just a matter of looking left on a daily chart to see where the next high is. For me anyway, that's how I trade, to see where it could go before it stalls. Now that next high looking left doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stall, of course, but you know, I always want to know. So I will never take a trade unless I think there's enough room until that next high looking left. And much room depends on the price of the stock. Obviously, if it's a $1 stock and there's something, the next high is $1.25, that's fine. Okay, 25 cents away on a $1 stock. If I were trading Apple and the next high was 25 cents away, not as good. All right, guys, I am going to test this now. This is another new build. This really, you know, the simulator really caused my system to slow down. So, same thing. Just a little bit of a lag in the charts, but I have to hear if my fans are going crazy. So you see EQ1 won the first race. Or sorry, EQ won the first race. That's why the 1 is beside it. Still a little lag. Yeah, okay, I can't do it. ATXI guys, boy, this is I'm surprised I don't see any sort of a press release. If they try to come up, after doing a reverse split, company usually, if they're smart, will put any sort of a press release out there. Sava's actually starting to give it up now, guys. Sava's starting to give it up. Snap, let's see what's happening. Wow, look at Snap, guys. Snap on the move here, coming from the large cap gainers, but it's early. What's the next high looking left is 11. Looks like 11, so a little bit of room to the 11 mark. Well, ATXI, definitely the one. Have to keep an eye on these reverse splits again, guys. This is not the day of, but sort of a delayed reaction. This was effective on Friday. And look at this. Okay, you guys, Casa, Cam, Zach, what were some reverse splits maybe yesterday and on Friday? Keep an eye on them. Definitely a delayed reaction. Look at the float, guys. 759,000 in the float. Very insanely low. That's why a stock can be up 82%. And look at the volume. 11 million shares. We're just going to go to a website called Float Checker. I just want to type that in to see what the consensus is. Yeah, we're pretty much bang on. Yeah. So that is the float, guys. So, if you're in this one, you've got to be awfully careful because the minute the buying dries up, I mean, this can sink so quickly. All right, let's take a look at the market now. So the NAS is up, Dow's up, SPY's up. So far, everything is positive, and that first SPY candle, that first 15-minute candle is green. It has another 5 minutes and 15 seconds to close, but looking pretty good. I wouldn't call Ape up huge. Not yet. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's up 10%. A great logo. Probably the best logo out there. Boy, ATXI, I'm surprised it didn't get halted. Obviously, it didn't get halted, not up fast enough period of time. Look at the SPY guys. Wow. Okay, so this is, oh, that's right. This is the SPAC that became LVWR, okay? And this is Harley Davidson. This is Harley Davidson's electric. Let me just tell you what this is all about. So Harley Davidson Livewire. So this is starting to trade as LVWR. This is a Harley Davidson division, their electric motorcycle division. Okay. And it's halted. Wow, ATXI, we've got to follow. Guys, I can't do this right now, but take a look at some of the recent reverse splits. Now, there is one today, but not today. KPRX is a reverse split today, but worthwhile following maybe tomorrow or this week anyway, just to see if there's any crazy action with it. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up on my halts resumes. How about your guys? Mine is not showing up, and I don't know why. If you're going to ask, I don't know why. Well, I see it on the chart. Now, I don't know if you guys have that access yet. I mean, well, I know it's halted. I mean, there's no question that it's halted, but, and right at that 200 day, yes, 712, right at that 200 day. Ooh, PGY. The next high looking left is, no, that's 302. Okay, so 203, 218, 232, 250. Well, I mean, if it can get through $2 PGY, I sort of remember it had horrible news. I mean, look at this. It was an $11 stock, $12 stock. I can't remember what the news was. I can't remember what the news was, but boy, oh boy, this got hammered down. PGY. Ah, look at a SAN now, ASAN. Next high looking left is 2360. So as opposed to yesterday, when every time I was looking left, there was a lot of what I considered was, well, the next high was fairly close to most things. You see a little bit of more room that stocks could keep going before they hit that next high. So there's a SAN, ASAN. 2362 is the next high. Now feeling about the ATXI not showing up somehow. It's because, this has not been, oh, no, no, I'm wrong, forget it. All right, guy, apron, let's take a look at Blue Apron. Here's the pre-market high, so it got up to $5 pre-market high, right at the 200-day moving average. 492 is a 200-day moving average. Okay, so we got the resume on ATXI. There's the resume. Wow, what a move, guys. What an insane move. All because of the float. 750,000 in the float. And my guess is that's halted again. Yes, just halted again. Not showing up. I don't know why it's not showing up. Now, sometimes when a stock gets resumes and then it gets halt and then it moves so quickly, like literally within seconds, sometimes our system is not picking up that halt. But anyway, we know it's halted. We're in the room. We know it's halted. All right, guys, now be aware, look at that second 15-minute candle on the SPY. So this is trying to wipe out that first 15 minutes, guys, unfortunately. So let's see what happens. Boy, Sava is really giving it up. It looked interesting at the very beginning, pre-market, it was up to $47, 47 and a half, but it's basically dropped $3 since then. Hmm. Yeah, it's possible, PJ. I mean, I have seen that when something gets halted, though we didn't see the first halt. That's the That's kind of confuses me. I've seen something when it resumes and then, if it moves so quickly, like literally in seconds, we may not get the halt alert. Not often, but it does happen. Well, guys, maybe keep an eye on this SJ. This got halted on the way down yesterday. It had a decent, great, kind of a good recovery. It got all the way down to 144. So you can see that big, big down move. It got halted on the way down. I can't really remember why, but it's trying to come back. If this gets over two, another low float, China stock, and obviously just look left, and it's got room to three. So let's see if this continues on a break of two. And that is the SJ. All right, next on the halt, INM. INM just got halted, guys. INM just got halted. Another crazy low floater, 634,000 in the float. Another crazy low floater. Okay, just got halted. Now, the only way I play halts, this got halted at 596. If somehow it dips down below when it comes out of the halt, below it, and then it comes back through that 596, sometimes that's when I'll take the trade. That is not a recommendation to do what I'm doing, okay? But that's, meanwhile, ATXI, no news, no news. Boy, the 11th commandment really, thou shalt not chase. It's so hard sometimes not to, but I will not do it. And of course, because it did a reverse split effective Friday, probably not a lot of brokerages have shorts available today. I'm sure Center Point probably with Zach probably has some. Probably be a pretty expensive borrow, but well, you mentioned that shelf in the pre-market. So you can see that ATXI has won 5 races. Now, typically this, we'd see more stocks here being built up. Eventually you'll see 10 stocks here, but because ATXI won 5 races, no other stocks are showing up. Okay, guys, here is that SJ over two now. I'm really going to watch this one. Okay, I want to see how well this holds over two, and this is one that I'm definitely interested in. You don't have to be, but definitely interested in this one. Over two, you look left, you got a lot of room to three. Now, you always have to be aware, though, for all the reasons. I mean, the reasons why this got hit hard yesterday, they're probably still in force. Not probably, I'm sure they're still in force, but this is just maybe a trade. Yeah, look how whippy it is, though. Low volume? I don't know. Almost a million shares. I don't know if that's low volume. Just really, I think, if you get a 210, 212 bid ask, maybe that'll settle it down a little bit. Again, guys, I'm just concentrating on this SJ right now, just because it's got the room. Okay, that's the only reason. Not because I love this company. I don't know anything about this company, but it's just because it's got the room when you look left. And I'm a bit of a whole number freak, so it's above that too. Over the V-Wap 186, 200 day is not in play. Right now, it's just decided to do nothing. All right, guys. SJ, guys. SJ. Nail. That's a what a great name for an ETF. Oops, better type it in right. I don't know if it's a short squeeze. I mean, somebody asking, is APXI a short squeeze? I don't think there are many who have shorts available. Number one, ATXI. Okay, so we only have 1.25%. I don't label things. I mean, whether we call it a short squeeze or we call it low float mania, whether it doesn't really matter. But in this case, typically a short squeeze, you'd see a big short float percent. All right, guys. Well, the glimmer of hope may be over. We now have two red candles. This one just started, of course. The last this 15-minute candle on the SPY. So that's wiped out that first gain, that first 15-minute. So my bias is definitely to short these tops if you have shorts available. Not so much the short like these cheaper ones, but all right. Well, here's CCL. I mean, they did have some news about casino gaming software being installed, I think, on 11 of their ships. Okay, so that was their news. So I just don't like the like the cruisers though. No, it's probably just like the ATXI guy. Somebody, Dean, why this is moving? INMN? Probably no. Just low float. So traders around the world are maybe looking for another low float situation. This is one, and they've piled into it. Those that could not get into ATXI, missed it. Start looking at other situations where there's crazy low floats. But I do not see any specific news on it. Yeah, the email address, I can maybe help you. If it's not an accounting issue, Tom, but I can maybe help you. That is the support address. All right, so this just opened. INM actually resumed a while ago. So remember what I was saying. I mean, had this dip down below 6 when it opened, which of course it did not, and then it popped through 6, I would have probably taken some. Otherwise I'm just not going to chase anything, of course. Okay, guys, next on the low float craziness list is NRBO. You can see those floats. So we're in a bit of now this is just maybe getting started. Okay, NRBO. And these are highly risky. Okay, that's why they're showing up in this scan right there. NRBO, highly risky, but look at it. I mean, this is what traders are looking at right now. Another low float situation. Yeah, it's a good question, Tom. It sounds like, yeah, so maybe you better go to support at trade-ideas.com. Yeah, I can't. That is definitely an accounting issue. And when you do that, or let me give you the home page. It might be a little bit quicker. Okay, so when you click on the home page link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, you get a little, oops, you get a little pop-up questions and answers. Okay, click on the ask and give them your email address that you use to sign up so they can check your account. Keep an eye on the NRBO, guys. It's not doing too much right now, but if traders start to look at this as being the, sort of the next low float that could go crazy, you can try the droppers from the open. Yeah, I've got. I've just never really thought. I've never felt that it gives me the same look as the. But you can try it for sure. I've actually created one. You can take a look at it. Large cap losers from the open. Okay. Good morning, Herman. Wow, look at XPAV. Look at XPAV really giving it up here. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is really giving it up. From 1460 down to 1391. Look at these giant red candles now for XPAV. How is LI had well, look, well, XPAV, and my guess now you're going to see NIO, and it's going to look virtually the same. Look at this. So the three China EVs. Let's take a look at KWEB. If it's just the overall market doing the same thing, kind of. Okay, overall China market anyway. Look at Sava. Boy, Sava is really giving it up. All right, INM is still actually is not really folded yet. INM is not really folded yet. Highly risky. Okay, not bad spread for what's happening with it. Not a bad spread with what's happening with it. I'm keeping an eye on that NRBO just in case. Because what traders are looking at is not that long ago, it hit $64. Okay. When was that? That was on the 13th of September. Well, SJ is not moving at all. I'm in it, but basically flat right now. It's not moving at all. So that's not really a quick question, Herman. I don't know how I can answer that. Um, so you upgraded the desktop version. You had the version before, and all you did was what? Go to the latest beta, or yeah, it's hard for me to answer that one. I don't know why that would be happening. If you saved your layout, it should load exactly the same way. How many monitors do you have? Two. So are you using docks or just free floating windows? Or do you know? Okay. So this is what you should do, okay? If you didn't do it before. You've got your two windows, you've got your two monitors, I should say. So put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Okay, you've got two monitors. So one of them will be designated as your main monitor. You have to go through the exercise again, okay? But if you put all your windows exactly, all your trade idea scans and charts, etc., exactly where you want them on both windows, on both monitors, sorry. Okay. I've got three monitors. So you of course see this is the one that you see is the one I'm sharing, but I've got two other monitors. I do have some trade idea scans on other monitors. Anyway, I put them exactly where I want them on every single monitor. Once I've done that, if you click on File, I'm sorry, click on Tools, and then click on Options, and then go to Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts, and then you see where it says Open relative to main window, check that, and then save it. And then when you exit trade ideas, save your work. You can do, when you can do it as simply as file exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? You can say yes. Then when you load trade ideas again, all your windows should be exactly where you want them. Okay. Now, if you did that before and it didn't happen, I have no answer for that. You're going to have to go to our true tech support. But it should, as long as you create your layout, put it all your windows, all your trade ideas windows, whatever they are, be it charts, single stock windows, scans, exactly where you want them, and then go through that exercise. Because updating to a new version should not have an effect like that. Well, it depends what you mean by, Brian, live training courses on the software. I mean, you can always, I mean, you're in the YouTube room right now. I mean, you can ask me questions, of course, but, and then between 12 and 1, when Eastern time, when I take my break, one of the other traders takes over. Today is Tuesday. Now, Michael Noss, I think he's going to be okay. He's in Nova Scotia where the hurricane hit, but I think I'll have to ask if he's going to be able to be in the YouTube room. Okay. But the bottom line is that between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday, one of the other traders takes over. And then between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Farley is there. You can ask him questions. I mean, training, it's so, there's so much to trade ideas that the guide, though, if you haven't looked at the guide, we've talked about stock racing. I'm going to talk about that in more detail in a bit. That's probably the latest and greatest edition. Okay, usually there's a sequence, Kishore. Okay, So you establish the link. I never remember it because I never have this issue. Never have this issue. Pepe will know. So when you establish your link with your brokerage platform, you're either going to close down in this sequence, close down your brokerage platform and then trade ideas, and that should keep the link the following day, unless Pepe corrects me on that. So Brian, if you haven't looked at our user guide, okay, so it just the reverse, okay, what I said. So open your brokerage platform, establish the link, and then when you're exiting trade ideas, shut down trade ideas and then your brokerage platform. And that should keep the link. It's just, for all the years I've been doing this since 2016 with interactive brokers, it really hasn't mattered for my system anyway, the order, but I guess it does matter for some. All right, guys, just give me a moment here. I was going to do something and I've lost my train of thought. All right, guys, I'm taking myself out of the SJ. I just don't like it. Took a small loss on it, okay? Just don't like the way it's trading. It's not dynamic enough. So took a small loss on the SJ. Okay, a little bit of a bottoming tail now for ATXI. A little bit of a bottoming tail here, not a little bit, big bottoming tail actually. So let's see if this has any resumption now. Oh, why did the markets pull down? Doom and gloom. I mean, just because the market popped up this morning doesn't mean we're out of the woods at all, of course. So I think traders are just looking for any reason to short any sort of a top and sell off. I don't know if there's any specific reason. All right, Grove, another low float, 16.5 million in the float, making a bit of a move. All right, INM. So pull back. Now let's see, the spread's not bad actually for something this crazy. INM. Ah, I missed it. I missed it. Well, maybe it's a good thing. I mean, look how but I probably would have taken about a 30 cent pop on it. I was trying to get it at 720. Oh boy, this is a risky one. INM hit. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the NRBO. See if traders flock to it being a low float situation also. I don't think I have shorts available, do I, for INM? No. Yeah, if you looked at the video, then I have no further information on it, Herman. Okay, so you might want to you can go to our homepage and ask that question. Okay, sorry, wrong link. Michael is there. Michael will also be in our, well, let me make sure. I know he had some issues with, he's in Nova Scotia, so he had issues with the hurricane. I don't think he lost power though, or he's on a generator right now. So let me see if Michael is going to be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. And then you can ask him all sorts of questions about the Market Explorer. Yeah, it really hit Nova Scotia. So I'm just, I think he's got something on at 10:30. All times Eastern. Oh, here he goes. Let's see if he's okay for today. Okay, so he does say he's going to be there. It might be a little bit late, he said, because he's got something else going on. I know what that is. So, but he will definitely be there. Okay, at some point, maybe a couple of minutes late, as he said. So save your. So you can ask him that question, okay, Herman, if you want, about the RSI. What is how it's calculated? What time frame? I thought it was a daily, but yeah, no, I know he lost power, but he's got a gas generator going, so he's okay. Oh, I didn't do it, guys. I didn't take it. I had my boy, would have been nice. INM. I didn't take it because I missed my entry. It wasn't because I just missed my entry. I was trying to get it right at 720, and then it just popped immediately to 760, came back down. And there's the ATXI. So the look at okay, guys, if this takes out the high right there, 984, I mean this could do something really crazy. Now even the SJ is back. I'm not in it anymore. It's fun. It looked too didn't like the way it was trading. Wow. Yeah. The ATXI. Can it hold over 10? Can it hold over 10? I'm not asking. I'm just talking out loud. Yeah, wow, doesn't look like it. Wow, look at now, look at that drop, guys. I mean, that's why if you took this one, you had to be, you cannot wander away from your computer. I always say that all the time. See, there's the difference between these two scans, these two race scans, guys. One highly volatile and the other not so much. Okay. RNA on recovery. Okay, let's take a look at RNA. Yeah, big recovery from 13, what, 1350. So there's about a $2 pop. All right, guys, it is 10:31. So I'm going to go over some of the information you will find on my homepage. I'll try to be relatively brief. Well, I would wait, Herman. If you can just wait, an hour and a half or so, Michael will be in there. He's busy right now. Okay, I can tell you right now, he's busy in a what's it called? Market something or other. Okay, so he's busy until probably noon. So there's no point. Just wait until noon, and it'll be in the room, in the YouTube room. I'll put the link in. Okay. He's the only one who can really answer that question. Real. Good morning. All right, guys, I put my homepage link in. So what are you going to find there? Lots of good information, I think. So let's click on the link. Now, as I said, I thought that promo that we had, the 17 for 12, it is gone, okay? So hopefully you all took advantage of it. I did say that it's possible that it might be available today, but there's no guarantee. So at this point, that promotion is over, the 17 months for 12. So now this is the new promo you can use. It used to be Barry for Alpha, but got them to change it. So Barry 15 is the promo code you can use to get 15% off. Okay, we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, and standard. You can see the prices right here. AI is not looking so good today. This is what I would do. If you're not sure about this program, do not take out an annual subscription. You can start off with a standard. That's what I would do. Start off with a standard monthly. You'll get the 15% off that first month. And if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay, 118 and 228 going forward if you took out the premium, okay? So that 15% discount only applies to the first month. But at any time, if you wanted to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%, okay? And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, you must do the Let's Get Started first. It starts off with a download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Okay, take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week there was no trade of the week. The suggestion was to be in cash. Okay. I have a big education section is right here. This is our user guide. Click on the user guide. There is that getting started section again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and all about the stock racing, okay? So concentrate on those three: alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing. There's other things in the guide, but make sure you understand what those three aspects of trade ideas are all about. So as I mentioned, the daily support session. So Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I take a break between 12 and 1. As I say, one of the other traders takes over. And today being Tuesday, it is Michael. Chris Varley will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. He's there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, okay? So lots of support. Daily webinars. I think we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. So there's not one today. There is one tomorrow, but you can sign up for them all right here. And then Michael Noss, I've talked about Michael a few times. He put this together. If you're new to trading, this is all free. It's a great resource. if you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, etc. Okay, all free. And then last, my scans. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So these are the two races that you see, but I have some other scans that I take a look at. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. That's that Halts resume scan. Okay, so there are some other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running. I really just concentrate on the races. So if you save my link, then you can look at my scans. You can look at the education section. And if you do take out a subscription, if you save my link, it helps the room, it helps me. Okay. The room is free. So the company's always interested to see how many people take out subscriptions from the room to keep the room free. Okay. All right, guys. All right, ATXI coming right back up. Holy smokes. I think it just got halted. No, it didn't get halted. It did get halted. Wow, look at this. It did get halted. Wow, right back up. ATXI right back up. Yeah, let's take a look at INM. Yes, if it's doing a similar thing to ATXI. Now, highly risky, I know I keep repeating myself, but highly, highly, highly risky. Look at these two topping tails. Again, if you're new to the terminology, at least I call them topping tails. Some people call them wicks and all, but anyway, topping tail. So what that means is, let's take a look at a big chart and take a look at INM. So at one point on this candle right there, buyers had this up to 820. The sellers knocked it down to close it at 690. Okay. Buyers tried again. They had it up to 833. Sellers closed it down here at 689. Now there was also a big bottoming tail. So, a lot of indecision. We're getting some bottoming tails now. So there is some indecision about direction. But these huge, huge topping tails, I mean, again, the buyers, this price was up here. Sellers knocked it right back down. Okay. So these can be clues. You see a series of topping tails. Eventually, one side gives up. All right. I mean, if the buyers kept moving it higher and the sellers, kept moving it down, eventually the buyers will give up for a while. And the same thing happens, though, of course, with bottoming tail. This is why this is a little bit not a great example because we've also got some big bottoming tails here. The sellers knocked it down to 653. Sellers closed that up here. Sellers at one point had it down to 690. The buyers have got it back up here. So, there's indecision. But at some point, somebody gives up for a while anyway. Are you talking to me, blue collar? Mentioning the dilution? Well, because this is not this sort of a trade for me anyway is just would be incredibly short term. So, I mean, whatever, I mean, dilution to me doesn't make any difference. It's just, as I've said many, many times, you can't wander away from your computer. You talking to me? All right, guys, I want to talk about the races now in a little more detail, but remember, go to the guide and go to the section on TI stock races. It's all there. You know, what I'm going to go over just a very briefly about the races and why I think they're important, especially if you're new to trading. But even if you're not new to trade ideas, you know, I would have at least one race up and running. So races always start off from a top list. So I'm going to show you the top list that this race has been generated from. This is the top list window. Okay, it's not. It doesn't matter what these stocks are in the list. What matters is if I right click and click on configure and click on summary. This is what the race is looking for. All right. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, ATXI just opened. Very frisky. Very frisky. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from the close. So those are the filter requirements. Now, before I talk about the races, let me just show you what the function of a top list was before the races. And I mean, you can still use top lists on their own, but the function was you could sort on any column that you had. All these columns are just filters. So for instance, the change from the close, okay? So if I double left click quickly on the change from the close percent, I will see the stocks that are up the most from the close. So there's ATXI right at the top, 198%, 44%, etc. Okay. I want to do the same thing, change from the open. Same thing, ATXI, 82% from the opening from its opening trade, INM, 43%, etc. So all well and good, but how do we use this to actually trade? I mean, what's really moving? I mean, how can you tell what is actually moving? I can see the one that's moved the most, but is it still moving now? And that's where the races come in. When a race starts, so right now, I run 4-minute races, okay? Now, again, people ask why 4? I just chose 4. You can run a 3-minute race, you can run a 5-minute race, whatever you want, okay? I don't know why I picked 4 minutes and I've stuck with it. So what does it mean to run a race? Well, you can see right now that there's approximately a minute and a half left in this 4-minute race. So when this race started, this stock, FWBI, has moved the most, okay? Has moved the most, 3.2%. This is when the race started. So this is going to show you the stocks, and that's why I'm saying it doesn't really matter all these stocks that are on this list right now. It's going to immediately pick up the stock that is moving, the stocks that are moving the most, and you'll start to see them, floating to the top of the leaderboard. So for instance, if I look down on this list and look at blue as an example, okay, and the change from the open is 5%. If all of a sudden, for some reason, blue started to move and it was 6%, 8%, 10%, you would see it moving. Okay. You could not possibly know by trying to look at a list of stocks, a huge list of stocks, to see which one is moving the most relative to all the rest of the stocks. Okay. So that is the beauty of the racing. It's sort of a hybrid between, wanting to follow a list of stocks that meet your filter requirements and then a real-time alert. Now, you don't have to have the top list open. You can exit, you can just shut it down. It doesn't have to be open at all. Okay. Now, what also happens, and I think, it's one of the most important things that happens, is that it'll create a top 10 list for you. Okay. A watch list to watch stocks all day long. It does it automatically. Because you can see right here, ATXI is in the number one position. Why? It won 8 races. Beat has won 2. Nothing else has really moved as much as ATXI or has won as many races as ATXI. So the whole idea then is to follow these stocks all day long. For instance, look at Grove. It only won 1 race. You can see what it probably won it here. But doesn't mean if you don't see Grove again winning a race, or even if you don't see it, moving up and down on the leaderboard, click on it and check to see what's happening. So you might look at Grove and go, wow, okay, it's just over 4. If I look left and the next high is 450, this might become an interesting trade for you. You might look at this and go, or you might say, you know what, if it pulls back to a certain level, I want to know about that. I want to know about it. So you set a price alert. Okay, let's say if it pulled back to 385, I want to know about it. Just set your price alert. I mean, I'm talking about Grove right now. Look at it move. Okay. And that's what I would do. I would just click on the ones that have made it into the top 10 and see what they're doing. You might look at EQ. You might think, wow, if it takes out this high, maybe it gets rolling again. Or if it pulls back to a certain level, I want to know about it. So it gets you to focus on just, because one of the problems people have with trade ideas, it can be overwhelming. Lots and lots of, sure, we've got lots of different alerts, lots of different filters. You don't have to learn them all, of course, but it can be very overwhelming. What should I be looking at all day long? So this gives you an idea of what you can focus on all day long. Will you miss other stocks? Sure you will. Okay, but don't get so hung up on it. You know. Now this race here is a little more calm. It's the same kind of principle. The only thing I did was I added in a market cap of 500 million, 500 million, and a minimum float of 50 million. So you're not going to see the wild. You're not going to see. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but you're more than likely are not going to see a 10% move here. Okay. But these can still give you very good trades. Again, here it's a top 10 list that is been presented to you. Look at skin. You might look at skin and go, well, you know what? If it takes out 12, maybe I want to know about it. Or if it pulls back down to 1150, I want to know about it. You can create price alerts. This is why you've got to practice though, okay? So if you're new to trading, I would really, really highly recommend that you give our races a really fair shot. A fair shot doesn't mean 1 or 2 days. I mean, listen, I completely changed my style of trading. I probably had too many alert windows open. I was, running into the same pitfall that a lot of people have, not wanting to miss any sort of a setup. All right. Let's take a look at, boy, that ATXI, man. Choppy, choppy, choppy. How about the INM? Is it settled down a little bit? Probably not. We'll have these topping tails and bottoming tails. All right, guys, let's see. I'm sort of just keeping an eye on the NRBO in case it does something crazy later. Putting a price alert around 16, right around 16, and see if it takes that out. It may not happen, but just in case people get tired of the ATXI and the INM and they look left and see the 64 level. All right, this one could be interesting to watch tomorrow. Now, this is very misleading, okay? Our provider, for whatever reason, does not have the fact that this is a reverse split, okay? So it is not up 3,400%. It's a one for, what was it, a one for 40 reverse split, okay? But it could be interesting tomorrow, not unlike the ATXI. They did the reverse split back here, got hammered down, but look what happened. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen with the KPRX, but you just have to be aware, that's all. Boy, this SJ, I know somebody said they're still in it. This is just a snoozer. Now, on the other hand, this is a great base. I mean, if there's some enthusiasm coming in later on in the day, it could pop it up. I mean, there's still a ton of room getting up to yesterday's high. Even Zach does not have shares for ATXI. Wow. So at center point. Well, so that, there's no downward pressure from short sellers. I mean, so all the downward pressure is, from traders fleeing it, thinking they've either the ones that got into high and saying, oh my gosh, I better cover my losses, or the ones that got down here, of course, and finally are taking lots of profit. But yeah, we don't usually talk about how much we make in the room, Dean. Okay, just so you know. Okay, guys, at the risk of slowing down my system, I really have to talk a little bit about this simulator, okay? And if you're going to practice, you should practice trading before you commit money to the market. Use our simulator. Whoops, give me a moment. Did it down wrong. So I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on it, you're going to see there are two videos. Short video, if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Now, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't matter. We're a scanner, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. You know, we're a scanner. Now, it's only available if you're using our web-based version. As we speak, the races are not available. Soon, I'm hoping this week, marketing meeting today at 2 o'clock for me. So I'm going to ask that question. When is it going to be available to our web as a web-based version? But Brokerage Plus is not available in a web-based version at all. So you have to be using our app, downloadable application, if you want to take advantage of Brokerage Plus. Okay. And I like to really demonstrate its use though as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Our simulator uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. So if you want to practice trading and you haven't decided who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, standard subscription. Okay. And again, it uses our real-time data. I don't think you can, Jose. I think you can set yesterday's close in the chart, but I don't think you can set the highs and lows in the chart unless they've added something. All right, guys, there's the NRBO. It may. Let me just see if I can. I think it was here. I haven't done it for so long. Yeah, I'm almost 100% sure you cannot add the high and low of the previous day. You can. I just can't remember how to add the close. I did it a long time ago. Pepe will know. Yeah, let me properties, chart style. Ah, here we go. Okay. Okay, so if you right click and click on select chart style, little pop-up comes up and it says display prior day close, okay? And then you can pick the color you want, just whatever color you want, okay? Okay, so again, right click on your chart, select chart, go to select chart style, and then display prior day close, okay? Don't forget to save your work, okay? Now, what I would do is, you can do it one of two ways. You can save what what I used to do, but I don't really do it anymore because I just duplicate the chart. But if you create a chart that you have all the indicators that you want in every chart. So for instance, you might want of course, your volume, maybe you want that, the close, you want this style of candles, maybe you want, an ADMA or a 50 or 10 SMA on every chart, whatever you want in every chart, then just right click and then save as default. Okay, so that means then when you click on new chart window, then everything you've done will all those indicators will be there. Or you can just duplicate the chart. That's what I've been doing. I just duplicate the chart. RNA, yes, RNA is, here's the high in the pre-market, 18. What was the reason for this one being, oh, that was the partial FDA study on hold, or partial, yeah, partial hold on their FDA study. That is incorrectly worded. The FDA placed a partial clinical hold. Yeah, Sava's actually got some kind of a, not quite a red bar ignored or anything, but they had the pull up. No, in fact, not even close, or green bar ignored, but the pull up. But taking out 43.32 probably sends us down. Let's put an alert there, 43.30. Well, BEKE is sort of interesting, guys. I mean, there's the high of the day, 1745. It's at 1719. It's trying to come back. But understand, we're in a very choppy market. I mean, we've seen this now, it seems like for weeks now. Not solid trends one way or the other even. I mean, look at the SPY. I mean, we had this in the pre-market, big move up in the pre-market, then the opening candle up, then we were down, then a big jump up, and now we're moving down. This is, if you're trading things that are more or less following the market, you've got to be very aware of what the market's doing, of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the unicorn or the alpha stocks, yes. So a lot of the top lists come preloaded with the EPS of 0.001 and -0.001. That is to keep ETFs out, okay? It's just a trick to keep ETFs out. So it'll just be stocks. The reason being is that, ETFs don't have earnings, so either negative or positive, but stocks do. So that is the reason. A lot of people don't want, they just want to see stocks. Now, The unfortunate thing is sometimes, and it seems to happen with some Israeli stocks, sometimes that blocks a stock from showing up. It's rare, but it can happen. I mean, you've been following this skin, yeah, pretty choppy, but again, if you look at it, and maybe if it takes out 12, but even if it takes out 12, I mean, look left on the daily chart. To me, there's just not enough room. It's had a big, big, big move here. New buyback program. Okay. Now this is a $200 million buyback program. Even Novavax making a comeback vaccine player, of course. Next high looking left is 2197. What did it get up to? Well, look at this one. This Leslie, LASL. This is the one that I was in yesterday on the short, and now this is really giving it up again. LASL. The next low looking left is 12. I think it was just around 13, so it's got about $1. I know it's showing up on the bounce play from Zach. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised I had shorts available. But that was an uplisting, really, because there are 1.2 million shares available. Give me a moment, please. Oh, that's right. That was the to the S&P small cap 600. That's right. That was their news yesterday, right? Not an uplisting. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. I thought you meant moving from the pinks to say Nas or something. Yeah, I mean that was their news yesterday, being added to the S&P small cap 600. I think I saw somebody talking about PXMD, one of those crazy ones from a few days ago. Well, about 3 weeks ago, I guess. PXMD. Ooh, look at amps. Amps, guys. AMPS. Wow, this is interesting. All-time high. AMPS. All-time high. Over 13. Breaking out of this area here. Um, so they had some news today. Buying solar assets in a $220 million deal. So an all-time high right now. What's the float like? Low float, pretty low float, 58 million, not crazy low, but certainly not high. Well, keep an eye on this one. I mean, going forward, I mean, it's an all-time high. See if it takes out 1313. Now, obviously, there's the all-time high intraday. Well, keep an eye on AMPS. Whoa, the NRBO guys. Is it is it going to do something crazy now? Boy, the spread just goes nuts on that one. Boy, Sava has been. I mean, look at Sava now. I mean, you talk about a roller coaster. Also, I mean, look at Sava. I had a price alert set down here. If it could take out, you see 1, 2, and 3 bottoming tails, trying to get to that 43 level. And look at this; it just completely and utterly bounced right off that. So this is a little bit of a difficult intraday trader, but we'll see if there's any news on this one. Are they coming out and saying SEC is not investigating us anymore? Look at the market though. Look at this. So this is trading on its own right now. I mean, it's not caring what the market's doing. Sava. All right, I'm going to try. This may slow down my machine, but let's see what happens here. Yeah, what does happen is, anyway. Okay, I'm going to, let's just take a trade. Want to show you how you do it, how you can use this buy button, okay? So if your buy button is grayed out, like the my sell button is here, if your buy button is grayed out, please download a later version of Trade Ideas. Go to our homepage, and I would download the beta, okay? And then you'll see the buy button will be clickable. And when you click on it, what we've done is we've assigned a way in which you can get into a trade quickly. It'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price you want. It'll put the stop at the low of the day. I'm not saying I don't call that a strategy, but it's just to get you, as opposed to you're having to figure out how to assign something to the buy button, we've done it for you. Okay. So if I wanted to buy, let's say I wanted to buy fun, okay, PHUN. Don't want to buy it here. I want to buy it at 128 if it takes out the high, or I could buy it down here at 120, on a pullback. So let's do that. I'm going to click the buy button. You'll see a crosshairs will appear, and I'll drop it down here, the low of that candle, and then I'll left click to release it, and then you'll see a blue bar line will appear in the chart. And so it'll take the trade right here and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. Now I would raise that stop somewhere else, but just to get you used to, using this buy button. And of course, when you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can assign something very different, your own trading style to the buy button. And then if I want to take a trade right now, so that's using the buy button. Of course, if you want to take a trade using, manually in here, of course you can, with the number of shares you want, the price you want to get in at, put a stop where you want, things like that. So let's just say I wanted to take ILAG right here. I'm going to, a little bit of money management. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. The bid ask is a penny, so I can go in at the market and send it. I don't like that additional step, but they don't listen to me. Entry price was 259. I'm going to put a stop order at 239. I'm going to explain why. So on the chart, you're going to see a red line appear at approximately minus 100. It says minus 97.50. So before I take a trade, I have a checklist. And unless I can check every box, I don't take the trade. Now your checklist could be very different from mine. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? You have to develop your own style of trading. Some of the things though that I look for, I'll always have the proper price range that I like to trade in, just because of the filters that I've got, a minimum volume, and things like that. Okay, so all that is covered. That's part of my the plan that I like, or the type of trades that I like to take. Certain price range, minimum volume, etc. Doesn't matter what my price range is. It doesn't matter what my minimum volume is. So if I can check every box, then I take the trade. Next step, a stop. Unfortunately, just because I think a trade should work doesn't necessarily mean it's going to. So I have to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade where if I don't think it's working. And that, of course, is the stop. So you notice I put the stop here at 239. I did this, again, just to make the math easy. And I'll explain what I'm talking about there. So how I place my stops typically is I'll look at, say, a 15-minute chart, and I'll size up where I think there's a support area. This is actually not a bad area. I mean, there's a couple of 15-minute candles right there. But that's what I do. I'll look at a chart and I'll think, okay, this is where I think there's some support. If it broke down through that support, I want to be out of the trade. Now, if I were new to trading though, because my idea of where I think support on a chart is, and of course it depends on the different time frames that you're using, may not be the same as yours. But one thing is certain. If you use, say, the low of the previous 5-minute candle or maybe 15-minute candle and practice with that, okay? That's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know what the low of the previous 5-minute is or the previous 15-minute is. So you could use that as your stop. Practice doing that. See what happens. So you have a stop. Next step, how much money am I actually willing to risk on the trade? In other words, if it doesn't work, how much am I willing to lose on the trade? So hopefully it makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. That's why I put the stop at 239. If I'm risking $100 a trade in the simulator, my entry was 259, my stop is 239, that's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. So there's another clue. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It's dependent on what my stop is, and then I divide that into how much I'm willing to risk per trade. Now, the way I trade, I don't vary my risk amount in any great way from trade to trade. In other words, I don't risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. Now, there's a quick way in which you can determine what your trade size is. If you set up an Excel spreadsheet, and with the amount you're wanting to risk per trade, and then once you've done that, then all you have to do is put your entry in and your stop, and it'll calculate how many shares to take. Now, if you're trying to scalp things that are moving really, really quickly, I get it. It's not going to work. But, scalping things that are moving quickly is difficult the best of times. Now, the next step, obey your stop. Sometimes it's really, really hard. You get into a trade, and even this room is talking about it. It even had maybe some good news. News is not a reason why I take a trade, but it's a bonus perhaps. So it might have had some good news. Maybe it's a bio with some good test results, or something else, some other news, and it's still not, but it's not working, and he starts drifting down to your stop price, and so you start second guessing your stop, and you don't obey your stop, and now you're down. Instead of the manager will say $100, you're down $200, $300, $400, $500 before you eventually get really ticked off at yourself and sell it and kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Scenario number one, and and you guys have been in the room long enough, you know what scenario number two is. Look at the market, guys. Yikes. I doubt we're going to be positive today. Scenario number two is not obeying your stop. You're down 500, and then it does turn around, and now you're up to $300, $400, and you're so happy you didn't obey your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop can be devastating to your account. Okay. So that's why you should practice. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money in a live account. Now, people ask me, well, how long is it going to take me? I have no idea. Everybody is different. I would say, you should probably spend 3 months in a simulator before you actually start to trade. I know nobody wants to hear that. You want to start trading immediately. I get it. But, that's my opinion. Trading is not easy. We're a great program that finds ideas, but it still requires some chart reading skills, money management, controlling your discipline, controlling your emotions, all of that. Look at SJ. Well, congratulations. I think somebody said they kept in it. Good for you. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to get out of the simulator. Oh, this isn't good. Now I'm hung up again. This is this development build I'm on, guys. So, well, I mean, a dollar amount, I mean, it defines your risk, okay? A dollar amount, like you know, but that's the way I trade. I have a risk per trade, so my share size is always going to be different. And a dollar amount, again, if you're just a minute, guys, I think I'm hung up. Not only am I, yeah, yeast. So what's going to happen is, unfortunately, I'm going to lose this top 10 list. I think I'm hung up. All right, got to make sure this is happening before I do a reboot. It's not the races, stock trader. It's not the races. It's this simulator that is causing the issues. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to. So, I mean, it's not the only pain is that I'm gonna lose my top 10 list. That's the only reason I really care. I don't really care that much about having to do a reboot of trade ideas, but so give me a moment. I'm gonna go to my task manager. All right, guys. So I'm back, but again, as I said, I've lost my top 10 list. So, oh well. That's why I am the guinea pig and using these development versions. But something is going on. It's and I don't obviously I don't know what it is. Look at PXMD, guys. Wow. I think the last time I saw it was around 250. Now it's just over 3. I Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a developer stock trader, so I don't know how that's going to help or not help. You're talking about here, the performance monitor? I mean, I don't even know what you mean. Anyway, it's just this, the minute I do anything with Brokerage Plus, that's when the issue happens for me. Well, the SJ, well, I guess I should have had a little more patience, but the only reason I got out of it is because what happened yesterday. Okay. I looked at yesterday and as I always say, I mean, for all the reasons it went down yesterday, they're still in force. Yes, it's having a bounce back day, but the minute it started to drift down towards that 2 level, I wanted to get out of it. But if you held on to it, I took like a very small couple penny loss. It wasn't a big deal. So we had the question yesterday quite a bit. I don't know if you're still in the room, but the person kept, was asking me, I think it was Nick, and I see Nick. I think it was Nick. Why are my races looking differently and all that? Well, you can see what's happened. I just had to restart all my races 4 minutes ago. And so that's why my top 10 list now will be look very different from anybody else's who started at 9:30. PFS guys, oh, this is one of these financial services company. Oh, PFS on the way down here. This is now I don't know where it first showed up because again I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, but PFS showing up at 11:30, but on my 10-day daily breakdown probably was earlier. Larry, you've been talking about Holo for a while. Let's take a look at Holo. There's the V-Wap 188. Yeah, did hold the V-Wap, didn't it? No float information on this one we have anyway. Let me just do a quick look at that website that has float comparisons. Yeah, so Yahoo has nothing. Yeah, it's all over the place. I mean, Ameritrade has 49 million, FinViz has 5 million, Yahoo has nothing. So who knows what that float is? Are we still positive? Yeah, mildly positive, guys. So the Dow is really giving up a lot. Nas is still up. SPY is still up, but boy, I'll be surprised if we finish positive. All right, so this Espro has a little bit of room, guys, a little bit of room. You look left on the daily chart, 232 is the next high looking left. So 210 right now. But my confidence is waning on these little ones right now. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. The reason on the for the PFS, fall after Lakeland Bancorp deal. Yes, right here. LVTX, guys, LVTX. This was a super active one yesterday. Sold off. We got as high as 564, closed down here. I guess it wasn't a terrible sell off. 564 closed at 471, but a dollar below the highs. Trying to come back a little bit. Look at these bottoming tails, okay? Sellers have been trying to knock it down. Buyers are, well, on the daily chart anyway. So let's just see. I mean, if it took out five, it could have a little bit of a run. But again, choppy, choppy, choppy. Hard to get too excited about any of these. Oh, for the days of having a nice little trend. So all I'm looking for is something like an LVTX or similar. You know, it moves higher, maybe base a little, maybe a little pullback, a little base, and then moves a little higher, things like that. But I mean, these are just so whippy. Yeah, boy, it's still got a lot of room. The RNA it wants to keep coming back. 1844 is the pre-market high. Look at Sava, guys. It's really, really surging again. Yeah, PFS is weakening more and more. I wonder, anybody have my 10-day daily breakdown? When did it first appear, PFS? What time and what price? If you have that 10-day daily breakdown scan? 1918. Wow, that's way down there. Let me back out this daily chart and take a look to see. It's hard to see here. I just wish I knew where this first, you know what? I'll just do a history. So not that far away, actually. The first occurrence in my 10-day daily breakdown was at 2063, 1128. So not that far away. 2050 right now, not that far away. Then see DXC 2342 and this XM at 973. Not really moving. You mean that whole number reel of 16? It's struggling, that whole number? Funny, it's a funny one, Calvin. Um, PXMD, and only a few would have gotten that, by the way. PXMD, so where is the next high looking left? 320, 320, literally is the next high looking left, then 336, and then 347, and then 389. Any news on this one? So they've announced, so this guy must have a pretty good ego now. Stephen Sheldon is a new chief financial officer. So on that news, it's popped along with some other news, I guess, and a corporate update after the IPO. So they're trying to pump this thing. Well, guys, I know some of you follow Rum, and Rum is testing that 12 level again. And that little, I don't even know if we can believe that, well, maybe 1285 and then selling right off. I saw something about DWAC this morning too, that, yeah, this is really looking awful also. All right, guy. Whoa, 11:52 already. Wow. Okay, so Michael might be a little bit late getting into our YouTube room. That's what he said. He's in another meeting that probably is going to take him right till noon, okay? Eastern time, of course. So, but what I'm going to do right now, so all of you, so I think if Herman, if you're still in the room, you can ask him questions about the Market Explorer. Um, he's a bigger user of Brokers Plus than I am. He'll talk about his trading plan, or not his trading plan, but having to have a trading plan. Yeah, this is just chase mode right now. I mean, this really, I'd have to look at a different time frame, I guess, but look at PXND. I think I was talking about this right around here, this 270 mark, and it just kept moving and moving and moving. Is it? But you know what? I've got the pre-market in, so let's take the pre-market out. Yeah. So what a difference. Did see a couple of differences using pre-market and not pre-market, and some of them yesterday. All right, guys. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. Okay. I'm still here until Michael gets into the YouTube room, but let's put my announcement in. I do it now because sometimes I forget. Oh yeah, look at this. Well, now the Dow's gone negative. So Dow has gone negative. The SPY is basically neutral. NAS is up just a smidge. So I mean, yeah, we're just doesn't look like we're going to hold all those nice gains at the beginning of the day. Well, this LESL continues on the road down here. Boy, it's got a lot of room under. Well, it's got 13 underneath is the next low. All right, I mentioned amps earlier. Okay, so I put an alert at 1312. Okay, for amps, this is would be an all-time high up here, AMPS. Did have some news today, but this is basically a pretty strong stock, all-time high. Not at 1275, obviously, but right up here at 1312. Yeah, meanwhile, the market is continuing to move down. Boy, I wish I was still on the S. This is probably would have been the most relaxing trade of the day, SJ. I mean, look at it. I was in around 209. Stopped myself out for about, I think it was a 3 cent loss, and then moved on. And I think somebody said they were still in it, and congratulations, because I mean, this has just been a pretty stress-free trade, really, SJ. BFS continues down. Vips was better. Okay. Oh, on the way down. Well, okay, guys, just waiting for Michael. As he said, he might be a couple of minutes late. There he is. I heard that little ping. Hello, Michael.
Hello, Barry.
How are you?
Doing well. Sorry.
Hey, yeah, how are things in Nova Scotia for you right now?
Better. We got power back, obviously.
Oh,
So
cool.
I'm able to be here. So no complaints there. It really depends on where you are, but you won't hear me complain because I don't know if you saw a lot of the videos out of
Oh, yeah.
Newfoundland, but um, I've got the benefit of living in the middle of the woods, right? Is that you've got kind of a natural barrier to
Hmm.
wind and everything, right? Where that has to get through a lot of trees to get to me. So um, again, I won't complain, but yeah, it was a wild one for sure.
You just had to worry about getting your power back because you are sort of in the middle of nowhere, I suppose.
Yeah, well, there was at one point where Nova Scotia had about, I think it was 95% of everyone had lost power.
Hmm.
And I was one of the last to get it back. But, I have a wood stove, I have a generator, I have a barbecue to make food. So
And
the
plus,
fridges are running and all that. So I'm fine.
it wasn't the middle of winter, so there
Yeah,
was
well,
that.
that makes the story a little different, but no, I couldn't complain.
All right.
Everyone's fed and warm, and the food didn't spoil, so we're good to go.
All right. Well, if you're good to go, I guess you've already taken over, so I'll let you now. Can you go to 1 o'clock, or do you have to leave early?
No, I'm all good. We just had the Twitter Spaces with Wolf Financial beforehand, so that's all
Okay.
done. So I'm good to go.
Okay, Michael. I'll mute myself right now.
All right. All right, everyone. So now that the teacher's gone, just FYI, if people who are new here wonder what's going on, we open up the chat room, the YouTube. I think we're on like 2 Twitters and we're on Twitch TV. I don't know if you find us on Twitch, let me know. Facebook, all the places. We open it up to a live Q&A. So I'll be hanging out here for the next hour. We'll be shooting the shit about markets, talking about some stuff that I'm working on with the Market Explorer, all of that kind of stuff, and mainly for questions. So if you have any questions about trading or trade ideas or anything like that, certainly let me know. And that's what we're here for. So we don't have anything prepared for that, just to make sure that we have everything open for questions. So really, the market for me, anyway, I'm not doing too much today because we got an important point we're hanging out on right here, right? So we had this prior low, and I know every trader in the world is looking at um pen. Every trader in the world is looking at the same level, which makes me think it's not going to be clean if it breaks, and it's not going to be clean if it bounce. Um, you know, the the more the more traders look at something, the little bit more of a pain it gets. But what I'm talking about, we've got this low there, and we're hanging out it right here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have a few days of this. Maybe we break under a bit and over a bit and kind of chop around here. The real question, I think, is how many people have a stop placed below this low, because if we kind of flush that, things could get a bit ugly. I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of dead cat bounce first and then a break. But one thing I will say, and this doesn't, the first rule of trading is that anything can happen and nobody knows anything, right? You just stick to your plan regardless. But I will say that double bottoms are exceedingly rare. If you go back through history, the amount of times a market has bottomed off a double bottom, you could probably count on one hand. So I would be shocked if, we're just going to bounce up and that was it, ready to go. Again, that would be surprising to me. So I expect at some point we're going to break this level, even if only by a little bit to suck in some bears and rally. But we're just at such an interesting point here that there's really not much for me to do as well, right? It's trading should be a large percentage of waiting. And that sucks because a lot of people think that trading should be exciting, but you should be waiting a lot of the time. You should be waiting for your setup. You should be waiting for your stock to do your thing. You should be, right? Most of the time, you should sit there waiting, and then you should kind of, finally you get whatever it is you're looking for and you take a trade, right? So we got questions coming in here, which is good. Again, I appreciate questions. The more questions we get, the faster this will go by, I promise. But am I trading the USD? I do personally trade Forex, but I don't trade the USD, but I always watch. I think this is the most important chart in the market right now, which is the UUP. And you can see it's kind of a little bit exaggerated, but just because the UUP doesn't move much. So this bottom chart is a comparison chart. So anytime you see the pink line, that's the S&P 500, and then the blue line is whatever instrument I'm looking at, right? So you can see how much the UUP has been kind of counter to the SPY. So the higher the dollar goes, the lower the market goes. And it doesn't look like we're going to end right here, right? I wouldn't just immediately bet that the dollar is going to reverse. And I think crypto and the dollar are related. So no, I don't trade them, but I like to look at the dollar. I have a whole list. Everything you see on this window here are all ETFs that I look through each and every day just to try to get a gauge of what's strong, what's weak, where is money flowing into, where is money flowing out of, which is something that I don't know. It's one of those things. It's a lot of people don't know. I know a lot of you will, but the whole concept of people selling, especially institutions, they very rarely sell, right? Most institutions are committed to being 90+% invested. When we're talking mutual funds, some hedge funds, pension funds, that type of thing, they have some commitment to be invested in the market in all time. So what they're doing quite often is they're not selling and hitting cash, they're flowing from one market into the other. If they're worried about the market, they may buy something like utilities, which are very boring stocks that pay consistent dividends, things like that. If they think the market is going to be bullish, they'll go into kind of high beta tech names. So it's not generally speaking that large institutions sell and go to cash, but they just flow into different instruments. So when I'm looking at all these different ETFs that I go through every night and everything like that, I'm basically trying to get a feel of where is the money flowing out of and where is the money flowing into, so that when I'm looking for stocks, I know, okay, this is maybe in an industry that's doing well. So for example, I'm looking at some solar names. So TAN is doing relatively much better than the overall market. If we kind of zoom in here a little bit and we look over like the last month or so, we can see TAN's holding kind of right up in this area right here, whereas the SPY has just been selling pretty dramatically. So maybe a good time to look at some solar names in which you're you're gonna. I'm just gonna anchor this. You're gonna make sure. Where is it? Right here. So you would want, if you see a solar name that's interesting to you, you'd give a little bit more credence to that particular play. So, for example, First Solar is putting in an interesting look here, right? You want to talk about relative strength. Again, every time I talk about relative strength, look at this chart down here. You can see what First Solar did versus the SPY. Another one that I was watching, and I actually talked about this in the spaces that we were just in, is AMPS right here, which is a new IPO. And again, you can see how well that's doing versus the overall S&P 500. So again, this is the way I look at the market anyway. I see your question there, Lonnie. I'm just going to skip over it for 1 second because we got a quick question here from Teddy on how you do the comparison charts. So there will be a new beta released soon that will allow you to make them look a little bit more like what I have. But right now you have one version. The version I have will be out in a new beta soon. We're basically in the stage right before a new beta hits. We bug test and we basically share it internally inside the company, and everyone beats on it and tries to do all the crazy things, and then we release it to you guys as a beta to help us hammer out the bugs as well. And then if it goes well, it goes into a live version. But this beta should be out soon. But when you right click on your chart and you go to select chart style, you can see right here, right under properties. Then you go over to comparisons. You should see this comparisons tab right here. If you don't, you need to go to our website and update your version. I'll tell you the difference between what I have and what you have pretty quickly. So you will probably not see this area right here. So just ignore this for now, but I'll explain to you what it is soon. Then you have all these tick boxes and colors. So you can add up to 5 symbols. So what I do often is I just compare whatever I'm looking at to the SPY, because again, I want to be invested in things that are outperforming the market. I don't want to be invested in things that are underperforming the market. That's my style. There's people who like bottom fishing. I don't. I find it both unprofitable and annoying at the same time. I just want to, ride the wave of things that are going higher. But you could compare all kinds of things. So you could do Burke and ARC I have here. You could do gold. You could do oil. If I wanted to be more precise, for example, Atlas Power is a solar company. So I could put TAN in here, for example, and just compare it to the solar ETF and see how it's doing. And then you can just go through here and you can change what color you want the different lines to be. Now, here we go. So what I'm looking at that's a little bit different from you guys is we have a new function that's coming out. So the one that you have right now is just a price compare, and that works well, but I like to see it on a percent basis. So I pick the percentage and then I do a line, or you can do the line thickness. You can choose really thick lines or really thin lines. You can see the line on the bottom change as I do it. So basically you have the ability to compare by price, which will show the price of the two securities. For me, I'm interested more in the absolute percentage. So when you get here, you can see it's just prompting me for this. You'll notice some new interface options right up here. So by default, what happens is as I zoom in and out, you can see the percentages here on the side will change a bit. I should do something. There it goes. So I zoomed in a bit and you can see the percentages changes because it basically puts 0% or the default at the far left hand of the chart. And then it kind of goes from there. You can also use this anchor right here and you can anchor it. So I always like to anchor to the 3rd of January because that was the first trading day. So this is now telling me the year-to-date return. So again, you can see how well AMPS is performing versus even tan, which would be its overall sector. So now I know that AMPS is doing well over the market and the sector. And lastly, if I click here on tan, I can actually change the symbol right from here. So that saves me going through all those menus. So I can just go in here and I can just put in the SPY and change that back to the SPY. If I wanted to compare this to First Solar, I can do that and say, oh, well, First Solar is doing even better than this on a percentage basis with this going on. Yeah, and that's the functionality. And again, I love it because I just keep the bottom chart like this. And as I'm tabbing through things, I can easily check the performance versus the market. And what I look for all the time is, you can see this push down here on the SPY, and I want something. You can see how WWE's been holding. So the SPY's been selling, WWE is holding. Therefore, this is something that's interesting to me. You again, the divergence of this is WWE's year and this is the SPY's year. But even over just the last month or so, the SPY has been tanking, WWE has been holding. So if this starts to turn and push higher, I'll look from there. So then I use the top chart, which is my candlestick chart for analysis on candlestick patterns, support resistance, that type of thing, right? So really, really cool. Again, you guys have part of the functionality. The rest of the functionality is on its way. Maybe as early as this week. So always pay attention to the new betas. And if you want to make sure that you don't miss a beta, the easiest way to do that is you go to your title bar and then you click Tools, Options, and it brings up this. And when it goes to Upgrade, there's a few clicks here. Right. So you can be alerted only production releases, or you can be alerted for all releases. So if you want all of the cool stuff, you click all releases. And what will happen is this new button, so just check it every morning when you boot up, this new button will turn green. And then that's kind of indicating, hey, we've released a new beta. You can go to our website and download it. And update it from there. Eventually, we're going to have just a in-app update. But once that turns green, you go, okay, it's the way it goes. Now, what I will say is beta means beta. Right now, for betas, we hammer on them internally pretty hard to make sure that there's no issues. But it's different from when you have 10 or 15 people trading on the software the way that we all trade, which is 10 or 15 different ways, but then you release it to 10,000 people. And of course, someone's going to be doing something that we never even thought of doing, and they're going to find some bugs. So if you want kind of the rock solid version that, is tested and has been beta tested and it's true, then keep on the production version. But if you want all the cool toys, then make sure you pop on the beta. For me, I'm on. You can see this version is ahead of the recommended version, so I get all the bugs before they hit you guys. So hopefully we squash them before they hit you guys. But just again, this is just no, beta means beta. So there may be some bugs here or there, but there's nothing stopping you if there is something that ends up being, breaking to your trading style. You can always go back to a production version, but just about how much you want to play with the new stuff or versus how much you want stability. All right. So sorry about that, Lonnie. I'll go back. Explanation of my goals. So my goals as a trader. So I'm primarily I do day trade. I trade both. Well, good thing I looked at this. I always take if I have a trade that I'm taking and I know that I'm probably going to be in it while I'm on this, I take it in the simulator here, so I keep an eye on it. And then I have my broker's account. So I'm rambling for a second while you excuse me. I'm going over to my broker account. I'm covering half of this AMAT. That's good. And then I'll go here and I'll cover half on the sim as well. So I do day trade, but what I will say is for me, my main focus is swing trading. So for me, day trading is kind of something that if I can put a few bucks, maybe, $100, $200, 500 bucks in my pocket on a good day, that's fantastic, right? I can make a pretty decent income and a living doing that. But for me, it's the swing trading that really kind of generates wealth. So I focus more on the swing trading side of things than the day trading. But I do both. So you'll see I'll switch back between layouts. So this is kind of my day trading layout. I use, and I know the reason I'm going to go through this is because you say I look at too many symbols, which is a super common thing. Super common. And it's something that you have to figure out because it is very, very detrimental to your trading. But just saying that you're not alone, especially when people come to trade ideas, because we can present you so much information that it's quite easy to kind of get lost. So I'll go over kind of my entire layouts here. So when I'm day trading, I'm looking at this. This is a race that's just showing me what the biggest names from the top or from the open are, right? I can use this to trade, right? And I can say like ATVI is something that I'm interested in. I think I have a stop limit order in my brokerage account above like 925, I think I put it at, just in case this thing turns. So let's actually just put that in the sim here so I can keep an eye on it like that. So it's showing me that relative strength that I was talking about, but on an intraday basis. Now, what I notice a lot of is we've got some inverse ETFs in here, right? Which is obviously not a good thing. You can see the SPY kind of fell out of bed when I started talking. It knew that I was going to be here and started selling. So yeah, I'm kind of watching this mainly during the open when this kind of thing happens as well. And then that's what I'm going to get to next. I see the question about my support and resistance scanner. So we have these new scanners in the Market Explorer. And I can send you this layout for sure. But if you want to find anything from the Market Explorer, right, you just go new, and then you'll hit Market Explorer window, and a blue window will open up. And if you just right click in that window and click select strategy, you can see we have submenus for everything. So under support and resistance, we have all kinds of scans in here. It's something that I'm working a lot on now and very, very happy with the results of. I use these things almost exclusively now. So I'm watching this in the morning when things are really, really moving. So maybe that first like half hour, 45 minutes. Then I really focus on these two scanners right here. So what these are is they're using pattern recognition to find stocks that are at support or at resistance areas. So for example, if I click on CRM, oh, sorry, that was a while ago. So at 12:52 my time, right, which is this candle right here, it was saying, hey, CRM is at resistance, right? So you could have said, okay, well, the market's weak, the stock's sitting at resistance at the low of the day. Let me wait for resistance to break and take a short. If it was at support. And let's do another. So AMAT, for example. So AMAT showing at resistance, and this is actually where I took this trade from, was just right here. So it alerted, I think, on this candle right here. And hey, I said, okay, it's weak. It's sitting on resistance. If it breaks this area, then I think it's time to go short. So I just put a stop limit out at that area. You can see kind of the nice drop I got out of it. But you could have shorted anything and it would have worked for there as well. At support, we take a look at Boyle at 1:15 my time. So that's right in this candle right here. So it's saying, hey, can you take a look at this? So it's saying, hey, and it's probably using a combination of this support zone right here, and then this one right here, and saying it's right in the middle of those, and it's finding that that initial support. So what I'll do a lot of the day, and to be honest, um, I may actually just make this exclusively my trading style because it just works so well. So this is 109. So right in here, right? It was saying, hey, Walmart is sitting on support. Now, if it was a strong day in the market, or if this thing was in an uptrend, you could probably buy the support and look for a bounce off it. I look at the overall trend of the day, which is down, and then the market, we talked about how it's sitting on a ledge. So I will short the support area. And it really is, as someone who's not a big indicator person, because there's no indicator out there that will make you rich, because if there was, why would they ever show it to you? I want to just constantly reset that. I just want to look at support and resistance, right? It's the very kind of premise of trading for me, saying, hey, what's support is just an area in which people are buying, and resistance are just an areas at which people are selling. So I just want to then go through and say, let me find support and resistance areas to break or to take fades of, and go from there. And I don't have to think too much about it. mRNA, right, showing at resistance at 1251. So that's right here, right? So you can see it's popped up and it's made this little resistance area right here. So you could say, okay, it's a weak day in the market. This thing broke down and bounced. You could have shorted that resistance area, been super happy. Again, you don't have to make it complicated. And that's kind of my thing with trading. So um, that's what I do, right? So again, this AMAT trade, you can see the idea was simple. I saw that it was at resistance from the resistance scanner. So it had a lot of overhead resistance it couldn't get through. The market looked weak. I, looked at this low right here and just put an order below that and said, okay, if that low gets taken out, I want to short. I know I'm wrong if it actually breaks above this resistance. So I'm risking this little area right here. Right? Probably worst case, even something like this. Right? Just a little tiny risk. And then I'm up maybe 2 or 3 times that risk. And I just covered half the position. You guys saw me do that. And then what I did on my real account, I'll just do here as well. Just move my stop to break even. So on the sim, I made about $50. On my live account, I just made more. I won't talk about, that's just size of the account stuff, how much money you make. And now the trade is risk free. So if AMAT sells off all day, that'll be great. If it comes back to my entry point, I'll still have made what I put in my pocket. And then anything in between, right? So I can share that. That's that's kind of my day trading layout that I look at. And then so then this is my kind of swing trading layout that I showed you guys earlier. So I can share this. The problem is this won't work because it's attached to a symbol list. It's something we're working on soon. But just to walk you through this, I just have a daily chart up here, and then I have that comparison chart I ranted about for a while down below. I have a list of all the ETFs that I watch, and I have them generally sorted by like position in 5-day range or 10-day range or something like that, just trying to see what's the strongest. And I can look real quick and I can say, okay, there's coffee, there's wheat, uranium, biotechs, China, metals, gold, right? And I get kind of a good glimpse of what's the strongest stuff over the last few days. And these are all kind of really defensive type of names, except China. China's weird. It's not really defensive. Next to it, I have a Market Explorer Scan TI Strength. This is a swing trading algorithm that we've created that just looks for the strongest names in the market. So there's a lot of junk in here right now because there's not a lot of strong names, but WWE we talked about before, PBF, right? You'll find a lot of First Solar. Everything here is really, really strong. So I kind of click through those as well. And then the two bottom ones I change out pretty frequently, but some that I'm using a lot is this IPO scan. So what this is doing is it's taking all of the IPOs out there and it's sorting them by the ones that are in the highest end of their range. And what I'm looking for is I'm looking for really strong IPOs. So this AMPS IPO'd right here, spent a long period of time under its IPO price, and now it's trading above it, and it's put in this little bull flag. So it looks nice. It looks like it could break out from here. The reason I look for IPOs is because it's never the stocks that got you into the bear market that get you out, right? It wasn't the tech stocks in 2001 that got them out of the bear market. It wasn't the financial stocks in 2008 that got them out of the bear market. So for people who are continuously trying to buy Peloton and Zoom and all of this stuff, I hope it works for you, but the odds are it can't. The spaces I was on, there's a guy named Michael Sowell, I believe there, and I gave that same kind of rant, and he came back and he said the way we say it in New Jersey is you miss the wedding, don't go to the funeral. And I thought that was absolutely hilarious. So if we go to like Peloton, right, in that example, right, this is the wedding when the thing just kind of came out of nowhere. I messed up my scroll, but yeah, the stock went from $1 to like $300, and now it's crashing all the way back to probably $1, right? So if you miss the wedding, don't go to the funeral is the way he says it. I think that's a brilliant way to put it, right? Peloton is not going to be $200 stock again, right? Again, but and the main reason that you don't want to buy these things that are getting hammered is that there's so many bag holders, right? There's bag holders on this stock from $200 down. So every time this thing bounced, there's going to be somebody who's going to be selling it saying, "Oh, good, I finally got my money back. Let me sell." So what I like to look for with these IPOs is maybe in here somewhere there is a brand new company that's going to be the next Zoom or Peloton or Google or something like that. And what I'd like to do is I'll trade them just like anything else. But if I ever get to the point where I can have some free shares, I keep them. So say AMPS, I buy it at 12, and say I'm lucky enough and the thing goes to 20, and I sell three or two-thirds of my position. I put two-thirds of my position in my pocket. Well, the last shares that I have, if the stock goes to zero, I still would have made money on the trade. So I will keep those shares and just put them in another account so I don't really look at them. And I'm kind of working on building an account that's just got these kind of shares in them. Another one that I'm watching right here is this RXDX, just pulling back here to the 50. And again, the idea is there's no bag holders here because it hasn't existed long enough. And anybody who's in this stock, unless you're short, is making money, unless you just bought at 59, But for the majority of this stock's existence, if you bought it anywhere, you're making money. So I really like this IPO scan. And then a lot of the ones that I like for the support and resistance scans, I like a lot of. So if you go select strategy down to support and resistance, you can see all these scans here. So, you can find stocks. So I like a retest of the breakout is one that I really like. And again, what this is looking for is stocks that, had a support level here and they broke it and now they're coming back to retest it. This is like my favorite technical setup of all time. There's not many of those right now, but you can see kind of one here. This WVE, right? It's got resistance here and here. It broke out of that and it came down to retest it. So I know that if it starts to move off this, I can buy it. And if it breaks under this level, I can get out. So again, just a handful of scans that I switch through here when I'm scanning at night. But important to have a system like that so you don't really get overwhelmed, right? And the reason I keep my day trading separate from my swing trading is in these different docks is because I'm not I don't have 17 monitors. I don't really see the value in that. But what I can do is I can say, here are when I'm day trading, I want to be focused on day trading. And I do that in the morning. My swing trading, I do in the last hour or two of the day. And I separate them so that I'm not looking at my swing trading stuff while I'm day trading, and I'm not looking at my day trading stuff while I'm swing trading, because information overload is definitely a real thing. So you want to just stay as succinct as possible, right? Can we add CCI to the Market Explorer similar to MFI? Yeah, we can take a look at it if you just want an overbought, oversold scan for sure. I'll write it down. I'll add it to the list. It's a long list. We are currently waiting for some server upgrades so I can really start hammering into the Market Explorer. I got kind of carried away and I made too many things at once. And that's why, if anyone was using it, it was down for a little bit this morning. So the Market Explorer is a new product from us. The benefit to you guys is there's no customization needed. There's nothing you need to do. You just load up the scan and away you go. There's a video and a written explanation of the setup behind the scan for every single one. There's some that are missing. I'm catching up on those. Again, as I was talking about with Barry when I got here, I've been without power for 4 or 5 days now, so I got a lot of stuff to catch up as well, right? But there will be a video on the setup and how you could trade it. Can't tell you how it would, and away you go, right? So the point is you load it up, you hit a button, boom, there's your scan. You've watched the video on how you can use it. If it's a setup that makes sense to you, you're off to the races. There's nothing you got to do. That's kind of the point, right? How am I picking realistic price targets? So price targets, I'm not really a big fan of. The main reason I just covered down here is because that was a big move. If you're looking for price targets, the easiest way to do it would just be a percentage of your risk, right? So say you risk 20 cents on the trade. Well, a realistic price target would be 30 to 40 cents, right? You want to make 1.5 to 2 times at least your risk on any given trade. It's a simple way to put it. Another way you could do it is through a moving average. That's a common way to do it. Find a moving average that works for your time frame, a 10 period, a 20 period. Again, it depends on your trading. And just say, okay, I'm going to hold it as long as it stays above for longs or below for shorts, this moving average, as a way to trail it, right? So it's kind of hard to see. Probably it's orange for this 8 EMA. I could have just said I'm going to short it and I'm going to hold it as long as it stays below the 8 EMA, and that would have gotten me out kind of in this area. That's another way to do it, but exits are the hardest part of the game. So make sure whatever you do, you write it into a written trading plan, and you don't review on a trade by trade basis, but you want to review like 50 trades at a time, because you'll never exiting trades is about being less wrong, right? You're never going to get the only way you can be quote unquote right when you exit a trade is if if I were to cover this and that was the bottom of AMAT forever, right? It just doesn't work that way. So what you need to do is you need to say, okay, am I making more than I'm risking on every trade? And am I getting reasonably close to again, more than I'm risking on any trade on a consistent basis, right? Kind of abandon the I want to sell at the top, right? Just like you wouldn't try to buy at the bottom of the day. It doesn't make sense to try to sell at the top of the day, right? So just make sure you're something that makes sense to you, and something that you're comfortable repeating kind of ad nauseum. It's the best way to look at exits. Is there an IPO filter? No. So again, you go to, if you want this IPO scan, you go to New and Market Explorer window, which is right here. It will open up a window that looks like this. If you want, you can take a look at our user guide and click on that. That will bring up this website. And you can see, right, there's scroll down. I think these are links, but yeah. So there's a little explanation, right? So this is the RSI divergence one that we have. Here's a little written explanation of what an RSI divergence is and what it's to look for. And a little, right, traders offer use a strategy combined with technical patterns to spot reversal points. And then there will be a video here with me just talking about what the scan is and how to use it. That's about, each one's like a minute to 2 minutes long, so it's not really that hard. The IPO ones, I think, are here. I think, yeah, IPO. So this one right here, you can click on this and it will talk about, right, what we're looking for with the IPO. So it basically just gives you the same rant that I just gave you. And then when you're done looking at it, you can just right click, select strategy, and then we have all these submenus. So of course, the IPO ones are just going to be under IPO stocks. And then we have 2 IPO scans. You click on that and you're good to go. You're all done. You can copy this into a symbol list if you wanted to do something a little bit more with it. Like if you wanted to put it into an alert window or something, you could copy. You just can right click and you can save it as CSV and make it a symbol list, whatever you want. But yeah, the scans are just completely built for you. Could I ask how the support resistance are calculated? You can ask. We're not going to answer fully, but simply put, it's just looking at prior lows is the easiest way to do it, right? It's not really AI driven. It's more pattern recognition. So it's complicated to explain. B, we're not gonna give away the secret sauce on that one. But it's just a place where many lows occurred but wasn't violated. And then the other way around, many lows occurred but wasn't violated. So Lily, LLY, showing at support, right? So you can just see many lows are kind of occurred in this area, but it wasn't able to be violated, is the easiest way to put it, right? So I kind of like the look of this one because if you want to talk about relative strength to the market, this one has it. So this is just kind of how I would trade it. So let's just I'm not going to do this in my live account, but we'll just do this one in the paper account as well, right? Oops. Oh, I doubled up on it. So I'm just looking at this resistance zone up at top, and I just put in some stop limits and say, hey, if we get up there and we break through there, I'll buy some. I may probably try to target this next resistance zone right up here. This black line's V-Wap. Maybe I'll try to target V-Wap as well. But again, I just like the fact that it's holding its lows. We saw how bad the SPY was doing. This one's doing a little bit better. That kind of thing, right? But yeah, so it's we're gonna keep the exact calculation a bit private, but it's just saying, yeah, there was it's detecting all of these lows and it's saying, are these lows fairly close together in price? Yes. And if they aren't, or if they, are they fairly close together in time? Yes. Have they been violated to a great degree? No. Okay, then it's going to classify it as a support point. As soon as that's broken, it's going to say, okay, well, that's no longer a support point. It's time to move on. And then it will actually classify it as a resistance point, because we know with trading that once a support point is broken, it generally will act as resistance and vice versa, right? Wouldn't a trader look at support points because they're going up? Not necessarily, right? A trader's going to look at it, and they're going to look at everything through the phase of their written and tested trading plan. And if you don't have one, you're gambling, you're going to lose money, and you deserve it, right? And I say that every time. I know it sounds harsh, but that's just the nature of it. So someone may have a trading plan that says, I'm going to buy support, right? I'm going to look for support areas to form, and I'm going to buy those areas of support, kind of like how I did here. Some people may say, I'm going to wait for those support points to break, and I'm going to take that breakout. So the idea being, right, someone could say, I see the support point in Lily. I'm bearish on Lily for whatever it is, so I'm going to wait for the support point to break, and then I'm going to go down from there. But again, the way I look at it is, if you look at, compare this to my AMAT trade, AMAT, it was hanging out right near lows, whereas Lily, you can see how much this thing broke. If you look at Lily, it's actually holding its lows and pushing a little bit higher. And then if I look at the SPY, right, the SPY is absolutely falling out of bed. So say the SPY is going to bounce a little bit here, not too much, but say it may bounce a little bit. Well, I could either buy the stuff that's gotten hammered, or how we talked about on the daily charts, I could buy the stuff that's relatively strong. So Lily right here is relatively strong to the overall market. So that's the stuff that I want to be in long. And the stuff that's relatively weak to the market, that's the stuff I want to be in short. That's my trading plan. So that's the vehicle in which I look through all this stuff. Yours may be different. That's fine. Is there a simple strategy in the market for newer traders? I would gravitate to the support and resistance place. I would just say it is the kind of bedrock level of trading, is that there are areas in which um, the areas in which people are interested in the stock, right? That's kind of the bedrock to technical analysis, that and trends. Those are the two things. So whether you're day trading or whether you're swing trading, coming up with a plan to buy support in the direction of an overall trend, or to sell resistance in the direction of overall trend, would be the most important thing, in my opinion, to look at, right? So again, I don't know your time frame, but if we go main here, and let's actually look at we'll go support and resistance, and we'll go to at support, daily short term. Right, so here's end phase. So it's showing that end phase is at support. You can see the support zone here in end phase. The thing's in an overall uptrend, right? You're going to look to buy it. You know right where you're wrong, and then you can make multiple times that when you're right, knowing that nobody will be right all the time. Most profitable traders out there are right 50 to 60% of the time. That's it. They just make way more they're right than when they're wrong. Does easier mean less profitable in trading? No. It all comes down to your written and tested trading plan. And again, if you don't have a written and tested trading plan and you're trading, you're gambling, you'll lose money and you deserve it. When I say easier, I mean easier to build that trading plan around, right? So a trading plan for this scan may look like something like, okay, I'm going to first identify the trend for the last 6 months. And if the trend is up and I can see the support and I can see it pulling back to support, I'm going to buy that support. I'm going to put a stop you know, 1 ATR or, 5% or 10% or whatever it is that you determine below that support. And I'm going to try to make 3 times my risk. And that would be a very simple kind of trading plan. And the reason that that's where you would start as a newer trader is because trading is all about recording and adjusting. So you would come up with a plan like that and you would start trading it in paper, probably until you prove that it's profitable. That's why we have a paper trader in the system. Please use it if you're newer. If you can't make money in paper, you can't make money in the real world. It's just simple as that. But you would be taking screenshots, writing journals, doing Excel spreadsheets just to track these trades. And as you're doing that, you would start to learn, okay, these are the setups that work for me, and these are the setups that don't work for me. You'd be finding commonalities between those, and you'd be building upon that. Um, it's as a CMT, I'm a chartered market technician. You put 10 of us in a room and give us a chart, and they'd be 10 different ways that people would look at that chart and how to trade it, right? There is not one way to trade. There never will be, because if there is, then that would get arbitraged out of the market. So the goal is, again, not to be right all the time. You will never be right, especially when you're new, more than half of the time. Your goal is to have something that you can be right half the time and still make money on. So you want to find something that gives you good risk reward. Again, for me, it'd be something as simple as you look for an uptrend, you look for pullbacks and to support in that uptrend, and you buy those, right? So for end phase, you can see there would be another little trade back here. That would have been amazing. You would have made maybe 10 times your risk on that one. Maybe this time it will work, maybe it won't. But right when you're wrong, right? If it breaks the support zone, you're wrong. And then if it starts to bounce and make a new high, you're laughing, right? So again, don't overcomplicate it. Make it simple and just make it something that you can build. How do I draw support and resistance lines on my chart? I just go into the drawing tool. They're not drawn automatically. You just got to go in, click on them, and so click on the little pen, click on the flat line, and draw them up. Careful with IPOs. They're doing poorly this year. No, not all of them, right? That's what this scan is showing. AMPS is doing great this year. It's up 27%. RXDX is doing awesome this year. It's up 179%. AMLX this year is up 58%. Just click on these at random. SLAM is up 1. Oh, this is just a SPAC. CEG is up 57%. Right? They're certainly not all doing poorly. That's the point of this scan, is to look for one. Is to look for the ones that aren't doing poorly, that are doing very well, right? And just participate in those and leave the other ones behind. Now you can find the ones that are doing poorly if you scroll all the way to the bottom of this list. Stab is doing poorly. Right? IPO'd at $3 and now it's at 13 cents. If you're in Stab, that's doing very poorly. But that's why we don't focus on those. I'm not interested in that. That has to go up now like many thousands of percent to make any money off of, right? So I just want to look at this stuff that's already up. When a stock's at support and resistance, like in your scanner, then any clues that could give you a better chance long and short from that area. Again, it will, this will be stuff that you'll discover as you start trading them and making your plan and tracking them. Right? Tracking your trading is probably one of the most important parts of trading. But, generally speaking, trend, if I'm trying to sell, if I'm trying to short this resistance point on end phase, well, I'm trying to short one of the strongest stocks in the market. Right? It's a nice uptrend. So a trend, maybe study some candlestick patterns. There are people who will look for support and they'll look for some sort of bullish candlestick pattern at support. That's one way to do it. This is where you could combine indicators. Like some people like to combine support and resistance with indicators like MACD or RSI or stochastics or something like that. It's not something that I do, but uh, you have to make it your own. There's not a way to trade. Because again, if there was one way to trade to make a bunch of money, then the market would destroy that. It's how it works, right? If everybody wants to buy a stock when it does X because then it goes up, there'll be predatory hedge funds that will slam it down when it does that. There'll be people front running it and saying, okay, it's about to do X, so I'm going to buy a little early. These type of the competitive nature of the market is what keeps it fluid. It's what keeps a single setup uh, just working forever and working in a way that's profitable, right? It's just the nature of the market. So that's why it's very, very important that when you're on this journey, you can take general principles like support, resistance, and trend, but you combine them in such a way that makes sense to you. And then you start tracking so you can kind of adjust and say, oh, I eventually you want to get to the point where you say, I like stocks that do X. And then that's your setup. And because it's just yours and it's not what everybody's doing, you've got the ability to, make sure that um, you've got the ability to make sure that your system isn't getting arbitraged away, right? It's the upside and the downside of the markets, right? The upside is um you know it's fun and there's a lot of money in it. The downside is you're competing every day. You come in and compete. So that's why I always say the people without trading plans are going to have the worst time, because it means they're not doing the work necessary to compete against Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and all these things.
Well, Michael, today I won the over on under on your trading plan. Last week you only mentioned it 3 times. I had the over under, I think, at 20. I dropped it this week to 7, and you're way over. So
Oh, that's good.
that's good.
Well,
Hammering
maybe
that trading plan home.
maybe I'll save someone with it.
You might, I mean, and I know, I think people even asked you, what is your trading plan? And I know your answer is, I'm not telling you because it has to
Hmm.
be your trading plan. My trading plan, I'm talking for you, is not necessarily what your trading plan should be. And you have to discover, what your trading plan is. And how do you do it? Practice, practice. That's why you have a simulator. That's why Michael's got all these Market Explorer windows, or things that I have, or in the channel bar. You've got to practice to determine what starts to make sense to you as a trader, psychologically even. It's not just a matter of what setups are good. It's, yeah, maybe that setup is good, but I just don't, for some reason, it doesn't sit well for me in my brain. And that's a lot of it too.
Well, yeah, and it's I always give the example of a diet, right? If you were to come to me and say, "Hey, Mike, I need to lose a few pounds. What's the best diet?" And I say, "Okay, well, you're going to eat chicken, broccoli, and brown rice 6 meals a day, every day, forever." And if that's not something that you are going to, enjoy doing in any way, shape, or form, that's not going to work for you, right? It doesn't matter how optimal it would be. And if maybe it's something that you're allergic to, it's not going to work well for you. Maybe you don't have time for 6 meals a day, and that's right. So it's like there's so many different variables when it comes to something like that, that if you're not going to do it because it's something that you either don't have time for or can't do or blah blah blah, then you have to tailor that to your own thing. So it's the same as, if someone says, okay, what's the best way to make money in the market? I'm like, okay, you scalp the opening range and you do it like this. And they're like, okay, I'm not fast enough on the computer. I don't have the ability to focus that hard for that period of time, and I have a job that I have to go through. Like that, there's all of these disqualifying factors that make that plan not suitable for you. So you have to look at
Exactly.
how much time do I have to devote to the market, right? What's my, how much can I focus? If you have a full time job and you only have a half hour at lunch to look at the market, you're going to need to develop some sort of swing trading strategy, right? And it's, yeah, it has to just, you have to look at your life first and you have to customize that all around that. It's the way you got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, and you, as you know, I'm way more of a momentum player, and a lot of people think that's terrible. How can you be buying things near the high of the day, or near the low of the day? Well, as you know, I look left to see how much room it's got, but I get it. Some people think, well, that's crazy. I'd much rather play a pullback to a certain level, and that's great. You have to find your own comfort zone.
Yeah, because I remember I've tried once actually. Well, and I've hung out in different rooms in my career, and I started working at a trading floor, and I think that's where it really hit home to me. Is I would on the trading floor, the tradition always was that a new trader would sit next to someone who was trading for a living. So I sat between two guys, and one of them I think kind of traded more like you, was very momentum heavy. The crazier low float stuff, and he did very very well. And the guy who sat on the other side of me was kind of more like how I trade, where he's waiting for these support resistance areas and he's putting in bids and getting filled. And um, you know, I tried both styles, and one of them I just couldn't get my head around, and the other one clicked with me great. So you gotta try. And you're right, that's why we have the sim. Just
Mhm.
you just email us if you blow up your sim account, we will reset it for you. So it's like there's no risk. And as soon as you go from fake money to real money, things get so much harder. So if you're
Oh
losing
yeah,
money on the sim, you're going to lose a lot in real life. So please, 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 until
absolutely.
you're like months, I would say like 3 to 6 months almost,
Nobody wants to hear
consistently
that though,
profitable.
Michael. Nobody really wants to hear that.
No,
That's the problem.
and it
Just,
sucks,
just
but
can you hang in the room just for another minute?
yeah, certainly.
Okay, thanks.
Barry's not done his beer yet, so he had to go finish his beer. I hear him. So if he comes back and he's burping, it's just because he chugged that last bit of beer. But as a Canadian, that's just what we do. So you gotta leave us alone. This ATYX, remember I talked about this over this high that got triggered. Lily, you can see how these support and resistance plays. The reason I think they're better for newer traders is how long this is taking to occur, right? You had all the time in the world to enter this trade and to play with it, and it's a kind of a slower way to trade. Um, it's just chopping around here. I'm not super hurried one way or the other. Same with AMAT. When this thing broke down, it was here for like another 5 to 10 minutes before it finally got going. Um, so that's another thing is if you're overwhelmed because the stuff you're trading is really, really, really quick, then consider slower stocks. Um, Downside to slower stocks is it takes more capital commitment to make the same amount of money. The upside to slower stocks is that if you're a newer trader, you're able to go through and it gives you that time to do the analysis and say, here's my entry, here's my stop loss, here's how much I want to risk, all of that kind of stuff, right? Just um, and then maybe eventually, as you get better and better and better, maybe you start to gravitate to higher beta and faster moving names. But something like Lily, right? If we get up to this VWAP, it's going to take us 10-15 minutes to do it. I'm going to have the ability to kind of watch the entire time. I'm not really worried about this thing moving 10% one way or the other and hurting me. So yeah, gravitate to what works. But so far, it looks like it might be breaking out here. What I'll be looking for is, again, see what happens when it gets to VWAP, if it gets to VWAP. And then also see what happens if it gets up to this resistance level right here. I'll probably be scalping maybe a little bit out in this zone.
Scalp.
Uh, and raise your risk, right? So I think I was risking about $100 on this trade. So if I raise it up to maybe below this little area right here, well, now I'm risking $50 on the trade. So I've just cut my risk in half. And again, if we get to that area, I'll look, my P&L will probably be around that $50 area. And we can go from there. Right. So
All right, Michael, I am back, and yeah, one of the things I'm doing. You talk about the volatile ones, and then the ones that are not as volatile. And that's why I'm actually showing two races. My biggest gainers from the open are the more volatile stocks. It's not because I put a maximum float on. It just happens to be that, with the filters I got in, nothing fancy, just 1 in 50, 200,000 shares, up 2%. But they are volatile. Whereas just adding a market cap of 500,000,000 and a minimum float of 50 million really takes the volatility out, and it's the same price range and everything. So that's why I've got two going. So yeah, people can take a look, and I agree with you 100%. I mean, the volatile ones are absolutely fantastic when they're going up for you, not so great when they're going down for you, and you don't know how to get out.
Well, and I think you need to have the deer in the headlights programmed out, so and we've all been there where, you buy a stock and instantly you look at your P&L and you're down like a few $100, like just instantly, and it just keeps going and that number keeps growing. And if the when you're new, you get that deer in the headlights where you're like, oh my God, I don't do anything, and you freeze. And by the time you've gotten yourself together, maybe you've lost a grand or two, right? Where as you develop, you get to the point where you hit the button, and if you're down way more than you thought you'd be, usually you have that ability to punch out right away, or assess the situation quickly, do that kind of stuff. But if you're just starting, you don't have that. So that's why I really
No,
like the concept of these a little bit slower movers when you get started. And then
no.
when you know what's going on, it's kind of like you graduate. You graduate from like the lilies that we're looking at here, or Adobe or Baba, or big, slower cap names. And as you graduate in your trading career, maybe you move to faster and faster ones, or maybe you're just an old man like me and you just like trading the slower stuff anyway.
Old man like you. You're in your 30s, man. All right, they're asking me when does the radio guy speak, so I better get back in both rooms. Okay,
All
so
right. I
all
am
right,
going to
thank you,
take off.
Michael. I'll see you probably at 12 at noon or noon, 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Okay.
All right. Bye bye.
All right, William, I am back. I was talking to Michael in our YouTube room, so let me just get my script out. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Zach, for the rum. We mentioned something about a 13G. Picked it under just underneath 12, down to 1172. So I made a little bit on that. Obviously, whatever is in that 13G is obviously not too good. And I actually did take a little scalpage on the ATXI. You probably watched me put some price alerts in. So when that got over 920, that the highs of those two candles, that was really for me a bit of a sign to take some. Luckily, I was able to get it. It was pretty fast moving, but I got in at my price, got out. I didn't get out. I wish I got out right at the high, but that turned out to be not a bad trade. So let's see what else is happening here. So yeah, the L guys, keep an keep an eye on the LVTX. LVTX. This is now over 5. Has that room to 573, 568. Sorry, what was the high here? 567 was the high yesterday. So the longer it holds over 5, the better. It's a low float, 9.3 million in the float. It obviously had some news yesterday. That's why, right? It was SGEN inks a deal with Lava. I think they gave them an upfront money. Yeah, 50 million. Yeah, so they got 50 million upfront from SGen. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I forgot to share my screen. You're absolutely right. Just give me a moment. My mistake. Here we go. Okay, now I have been still kind of watching the NRBO just in case. Okay, this is a just in case it gets over 16 again, and with a tighter spread. I mean, the spread has been really atrocious since we were since we were watching the ATXIs and the INMs. thinking maybe this would piggyback a little bit because of the float, because of what happened a few days ago. Well, if I had to bet, my guess is everything's going to be down today. I mean, the market may rally, but if I had to bet. So the screen share is working now, right, guys? In YouTube, it's working now. Just want to make sure I can see it, so it must be working now. Thank you, Pepe. All right, guys. Well, look at the NRBO. I mean, again, it is, I mean, the spread is probably about the best I've seen for a while, 1550, 1569, but I'm holding out on a 16 break. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it if it takes out 16. It just means I want to be aware of it. I want to see what the spread's like, and then I want to see if it has a late day pop. Very risky, okay? Very, very risky. Not that much volume, really. Only 411,000 shares. It is traded. It'll trade to float. I mean, it's a crazy low float. Yeah, I see the amps. I know I mentioned the amps a lot earlier today. Right around here, and then it pulled back to 1265, and then wow, just check out the high. So this is an all-time high now for amps. This is this is a relatively recent IPO, or what the story is. Yeah, I guess back in December of last year. So the same thing with, again, highly, highly risky INM. It looks like it's trying to bounce, okay, a little bit, another low float. It didn't do it like ATXI did. Okay, ATXI had that beautiful, beautiful move. INM has lagged, so maybe people are escaping ATXI. Maybe they're going to, come back into this one. Guys, keep this one on your radar for a while, okay? This KPRX, okay? Did the reverse split today. It is not up 3,300%, but they did the reverse split today. It is actually down from whenever they did the reverse split. Yeah, it looks like it closed split adjusted at 688, so it's below the reverse split of 6. Okay, so it's definitely below it. But remember what happened with ATXI today. So what I would be doing is just putting it in some kind of a watch list, maybe heart it, put it in your my like symbols, and we'll see what happens with this one tomorrow or sometime later this week. Yeah, and the same thing. Yeah, so INM did a reverse split on the 7th. I mean, they're not good. Don't get me wrong. These are not good reverse splits. When I say, I mean the action afterwards not great, but actually that's not true. This is the one I think. Yeah, if it did it on the 7th, then yeah, look at this. 3 days later, got up to 18. So what was in that 13G, Zach? Were you able to actually take a look at it? This 13G for rum? Whatever it was, market didn't like it. Oh, please just disappear, AMC, disappear, GME. I had to click on it because it was showing up in a scan, a racing scan I got on my other monitor, but just disappear, go away, never to come back. All right, you might want to keep an eye on VRAX, VRAX, okay? Look what it's doing. Pre-market high was 346, pulled all the way back down here to 3. Maybe it's basing here just over 3. And, it's got that potential to, get closer to that pre-market high. The ultra short Lehman 20-year treasury. I'm surprised. I mean, can't we get rid of Lehman in the TBT? Now it's hugging that 10 SMA and the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Whoa, rum tumbling down. All right, blue collar, I gave you the task. What was in that 13G for rum that's making this so bad right now? I kid you, of course, if you have the time. Or William. Sometimes William has the time. Hmm. Okay, Calvin. Well, something caused this. Speaking of GME, get out of here. Just leave. Yeah, he did say chatter. You're right. Yeah, a couple of cruisers, NCLH. Nah, forget it. My guess is that CCL after that. Yeah, I mean, can't trust anything with these cruisers, guys. So CCL had some news this morning about some kind of a computer. Well, here we go. I'll just look at it. Completes the installation of industry leading synchros gaming technology for casino slot machines. So I guess it's going into 11 of their liners. So wow, wow. But who cares? Combination, Lindsay. Combination. You can come on in. You can see. Pretty tough to be a swing trader, Lindsay, right now. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's pretty tough. Here is the link for the what I call the main room. Wow. Good for whoever held on to SJ. Now, what did it pull back down to? Not bad. Wow, this would have been just, I would have taken some out for sure here had I still been in the trade. I wouldn't have exited everything. But this has just been a pretty gentle trade, guys. You know, I took it early, but got stopped out. Didn't like the way it was trading, so I took about a 3 cent loss. But boy, oh boy, is this ever on a percentage basis from where I was? That would have been awesome. 209 to 240. Yeah, is this shortable for me? It is shortable. Yes, 300,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. That's why you want to see a big push. No, RCR was referring to the YouTube room, where I moderate also. It wasn't working. I forgot to screen share. That's all. Well, again, I know you don't use pre-market, but it's amazing. I mean, look at the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA. I mean, they're virtually the same right here as real you're talking about for RNA. Bit of a spread problem, 1606, 1615, if you're wanting to get into it now. All right, guys, sorry. Just again, lots of stuff happening internally at Trade Ideas. I always have to follow. Yeah, there's the RNA guys for real. Spread is tightening up a little. Now the ATXI is looking interesting again. ATXI is looking interesting again. You know, you can kind of look on this 15-minute chart, making higher lows here. But again, very, very whippy. This could be one of those late dayers, you know. I mean, if it took out 10 again, look out. I still have an alert set just at 10. See how Amps won 7 races? Probably won more because again, I had to do a reboot of trade ideas. So my top 10 list is well, it doesn't look the same as it would have if it was a list from 9:30. But you can see, even though I did a reboot, ATXI was leading the up until about 11:30, and it's still leading from 11:30 on. So I get the question every now and then about that. I mean, you can have this race up and running, but if you wanted to see, okay, but what's moving now? Okay, these are the ones that moved earlier, perhaps. Maybe they're not doing much. All you have to do is duplicate the race. So just right click and duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, and here it is. And then start it. Oops. Okay. So now this race is starting from 125. So, if you wanted to just track, say, the ones that are moving in the afternoon, these could still be moving. Don't get me wrong. These could still be moving. I'm not sure it's going to make a huge difference, but people can do that if they want. Oh, NRBO guys. Okay. What's the spread like? Oh, so if you're wondering when I say what's the spread like, this is what you call putrid, okay? 1524, 1584. So it makes it almost impossible to trade. That's the bid, that's the ask. You want to get this trade right now, you got to go in at the ask. Now you can try to stick something in between. Maybe you get lucky, but it's just basically saying, you know what, we don't really want people to trade this right now. So that's why I was saying if we get this stock over 16 with a decent bid ask. Now, the only problem with that is, I mean, you can get a decent bid ask at the time, you might get into it, and then they could yank the bid. And so you're back down to a horrible bid ask. So, I mean, it's super risky, but I'm just paying attention to it just in case. Too much technical jargon. Everybody's a comedian. How do I feel? I think you're kidding, right? If you're not kidding, then I just wish they would disappear. All this nonsense about the quadrillion short float that's really or shorts that are out there that eventually going to have to cover AMC, BBBY, GME. So these stocks are going to go to 1,000, 10,000. Boy, you look at this one, guys. Now this might be coming into some support. OCUL, okay, around that 430 mark. I mean, you talk about something that they released some data. This in the pre-market looked awesome. I mean, it got all the way up to $7. Holding not terrible, and then the market opened and just flattened its face. And looks really good. Now this is positive data. Market doesn't care. I mean, I'm sort of like Zach. I don't go into all of this. I just kind of read a headline and then kind of do a glimpse of or a glance at what's happening. But it's only phase one. But this is really getting slaughtered here. All right, guys, the LVTX, is this it now? Is it finally going to hold five? Well, when I just looked at it, it was 505, so it just popped. Another one, though, I mean, the spread, I mean, for a $5 stock, 506, 515, it's like they're just daring you to trade it. And that, by the way, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. That is time and sales. Whoa, X4. This one is really ripping here, X4. Now, it may be coming into some resistance, but if it can get through that, then the next high is 131. If it can somehow get through that, 150. So this is X4, lots of volume. Did see this in the racing earlier, but I just wasn't that interested because it was sub $1. But look at this, X4, XFOR. What's the float light? Actually, it's not a low float. So this one, okay, jumps after positive data for whatever that's called, and it's only phase 1B. So here's a tale of phase ones. This one, nice. The other one, not so nice. After it was nice. Now, there's no, doesn't mean this is going to hold these gains here. All right, guys. Okay, the ATXI is still hanging in here, guys. I mean, if this starts to move, especially if it takes out this 980 and gets into the tens, I think I know the mentality of traders can be that, okay, let's see what happens. All right, let's take a closer look at LVTX. Where is the next? That's right. Yesterday's high. 568 is yesterday's high. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Monsieur Rousseau. Well, I can only speak for myself, but I mean, a lot of our subscribers have Interactive Brokers. Some have Thinkorswim. Some have E-Trade, I guess, but a lot of our customers have Interactive Brokers. That's what I use, Interactive Brokers. Definitely no delayed execution and freezing. I've had it for 6 years now, so boy, this SJ guys just continues to inch by inch. And you know, it's funny because it's a low float, 9.5 million. I thought it would be a lot more volatile. Rum was never connected to DWAC, really, Phil. I mean, obviously, two conservative social platforms, but they weren't connected, as far as I know, they were never connected in a business way. You're talking about the CFVI. Yeah, I mean, I may be wrong, but I mean, they're definitely competing. I mean, obviously, same social in the same sphere, but I don't think they had a business. I don't think they actually had a business connection. At any rate, certainly no connection now. Speaking of DWAC, DWAC, yeah, I mean, it's just getting. Hmm. And rum. I don't have very much left of it. I took some out on this pop up, but wow, I mean, this is just getting absolutely creamed here now. Christophe, bonjour. Well, it wasn't really a predict. Yeah, okay, Cam, I see what you're saying. I mean, I just didn't think we'd hold the gains. Not so much a prediction, but I was just skeptical. It's like I'm skeptical with the cruisers, airlines, virtually everything right now. So I was skeptical that we'd hold. I wouldn't call it a bold-faced prediction that it would do this though, but yeah, I was just skeptical. Wow. Rum come tumbling down. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, now what is the low here? 1158. This is the low when it was rum. Take a look at it when it was CFVI. Yeah, so it's got a ways to go, but of course I you have to discount this. It was a SPAC. SPACs are typically around $10, but 1157. Let's put 1157 in context to CFVI, which it was a couple of weeks ago, I guess. So 1150 right there. Well, guys, the only thing other than keeping an eye on my rum short, the only thing I'm watching out of intense curiosity is the ATXI to see if it can get back over 10 and start to run from there. That's about it. Again, for those of you, ask questions about swing trading, I just don't know what you do today in this market. Not if you have proper stops, anyway. Maybe swing trade amps. I mean, very good. I mean, it's very good. I'm kidding. I'm not, this is not investment advice. I shouldn't say like that. Okay. Not investment advice. Yeah. Excuse me. You've been talking about EV. Excuse me, just a minute. All right. You've been talking about EVTL. Now, EVTL is actually breaking out pretty nicely here. And the high yesterday was 833, sold way off. Reminds me a little bit like the SJ, except the SJ had horrible, I guess, bad news, and it's recovering somewhat today. But EVTL, you got up to 829, and it closed down here at 661. Well, I don't know, but there is some serious fleeing of rum right now. Now 837 was the next low that I saw. Looking left on the CFVI chart. And remember, they're still in play. There was a lot of volume there. It's only been trading as rum for what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. Meanwhile, look at Phase. Remember when Phase was a bit of a darling for a while? Got up to what, $24, cut in half. Well, I've never been a swing trader, but I'm sure glad I don't have the mentality because I wouldn't know what to do now. And again, for those of you who won't short the market for whatever reason, boy, I mean, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, okay, let's take a look at this, okay? I'm going to bring up a top list window that's based on high composite ratings, this stock composite rating. Let's just take a look at some of the stocks that are in there, okay, and see what they're doing, okay? Well, right now there is only one. So let's take a look at COWN. Now this is a buyout, so that can't be counted. There's only one stock. Let me reduce the score to 80 and see what happens. Okay, so we get a few more, okay, in here. So what you're looking at here, so this is our stock composite rating, and it's a proprietary rating that we've come up with, and basically it takes into account both fundamentals and technicals. So, and I haven't actually seen what it looks for exactly. My guess is though that if you, in terms of technicals, I'm sure every stock has to be above the 20, 50, and 200. Fundamentals, I'm not sure. Probably has to be profitable, maybe earnings per share or earnings growth quarter by quarter. I don't really know, but let's take a look at these and see what do you see? Okay, I guess international seaways. Most of these will not necessarily. Okay, most of these will be probably near a lifetime high. So here's 93%. Excuse me. There must be that lifetime high right up here for INSW. CHNG. Again, this looks like a buyout. Okay, so forget about that. I think it's a buyout. Maybe not. Just a minute. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is a buyout. A lot of times when you see a daily chart that looks like this in a very tight range over a number of days, it's a buyout. Excuse me. Let's take a look at HLIT. I mean, I don't know what I'm seeing here. This is a technology. This is an acquisition. Yeah, this is wrong, of course, with the KPRX. Another SPAC. How about AKRO? I haven't seen this one for a while. Again, this looks like more like a buyout. So, I mean, you've got slim pickings, guys, really, of stocks that are in theory, and even so, I mean, what would you do with this one? What would you do with LRN? I mean, there's the high up here, 44, $45. I mean, I don't have any, I mean, it's had a nice run, 35 to 41 in the face of what the market's done. I give you that. So anyway, and I had to drop that composite rating down to 80 from 90, 100 being the tops, okay? But just not a lot. All right, guys. Well, yeah, I mean, amps is still, I mean, it's holding in here. A couple of bottoming tails, three bottoming tails. I mean, it still has a shot to go higher, of course. There's nothing holding it back. All-time high. Okay, guys, guess what? ATXI off my vision now. I mean, there's nothing, I mean, it could come back later on, I guess, but right now, I'm just going to watch the rum to see how much further down it can go. Right now, that 1137 is holding. Now that's the previous low when it was CFVI. Okay, guys, so I'll be in a marketing meeting in about 5 or 6 minutes. I'll put myself on mute. Yeah, you're right. HROW. How much volume? Only 51,000 shares. Announces approval of IHESO. Okay. Nothing like a chloroprocaine hydrochloride ophthalmic gel. So 3% for ocular surface anesthesia. So what does OCUL do? I wonder if that could be half a reason why this OCUL is just getting absolutely hammered. I don't know if they're absolutely competing drugs. They may not have anything similar at all, but Just seems very strange to me that this got absolutely devastated. Well, I know I've never seen this one before. HAUZ. Never seen this one before. X Trackers International Real Estate ETF. The reason I see it is it's showing up on this 10-day daily breakdown. Meanwhile, OCUL just there's a green bar ignored actually, but probably you would think this is coming into some kind of support right around that 430 mark. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now, get set for this marketing meeting. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so I kept watching the ATXI. It may not be over. I thought I was sort of writing it off. Kind of writing it off when it did this little jog down to 859, but then it came right back up to that 980 level. So I'm just watching, guys, to see if it has a lot of volume coming in and takes out 10 in a big way, and it may just run. So that's all I'm watching right now. Oh, the SPY is trying to bounce. Oh my goodness, maybe we will go have at least one indice positive. I might be wrong. Yeah, I'm all out of the rum now. Now, Russo, I saw your question about now. Yeah, it's a question we get a lot, or not just we, but I mean, everybody wants to see it, the move before it happens. Very difficult. Unfortunately, the crystal ball doesn't quite work that way. I mean, somebody was mentioning it, see it before the breaking news. I know that we had something like that a long time ago. I have no idea what the filters are. I mean, believe me though, if you're thinking that you're going to see something and it's, just buy it because it says see it before the breaking news or something like that, and then you buy it, don't do that. Okay. In fact, I'm just going to take a look at that one. We used to have a lot of these ones that were built in. Where was it? See neutral, see it before the breaking news. What does it say? So number of prints, strong volume. Boy, I haven't looked at this one. I'm not even sure I ever looked at this one. Okay, give me a moment. Who knows? Maybe that's the one. Maybe that's the one that'll show us everything is moving ahead of time. All right, so these ratios refer to, I believe, well, okay, that's a huge ratio, big, unusual number of prints, pretty big ratio. All right, let's see what happens here. Give me a moment. Boy, this SJ, wow. Wow, 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 wow. What a great percentage move off that $2 level. DWAC, okay, let's take a look at DWAC as a trading vehicle. Yeah, yeah, something's happening for sure. How do you set up an audio alert? Okay, Joe. Well, I'll show you, but as a reference, if you go to my homepage, okay, go to my homepage, just as a reference, because you may forget. So click on my homepage link. When you do that, in the education section right here, click here, and then user guide. And once this loads, sound alerts, okay? So that's the guide and how to do it. I'll just demonstrate though how you can do it. So if I want to set up a sound alert, say on, now you can only set a sound alert on an alert window, a price alerts window. You can set an alert if you have the AI, okay? So if I want to set up an alert here, I just right click in this alert window, right click, properties, actions, check the actions. It'll say play sound, check it, set up the sound. So you can have one text to speech. The reason I say one, the whole idea of sound alerts is to have a different sound alert for the different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So obviously you can't have them all text to speech. Now you don't have to have any one of them text to speech, but there is an option there. And otherwise, click on the use custom sound, select, okay. And then Mad Money, Voice Number One, and Web. These are some built-in folders that we've got for you, or folders that we have for you that have some sound alerts in them. Okay. So for instance, oh man, oh man. So you can click on it, left click on it to highlight it. If you open it, then you can play it. And if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to that window. Okay. So I went over that, but it's all in the guide also. And remember, save your work. You know, when you're done, make sure you do save your work. You know, you make a sound, you put a sound alert on a window. If you don't save your work, nothing you do will be saved. Is Apron the most shortest dog? I have no idea. In terms of absolute numbers, of course not. But yeah, I think you're looking at that short float percent, 65%. I don't know. There might be something more. I don't know. Ryder rents trucks. There's a good old commercial. Ryder rents trucks. So Ryder, yeah, just got halted. Apollo Global Management said to explore the takeover of Ryder system. Okay. Yeah, rum come rumbling back. You're right. All right, guys. Let's see. What time is it now? 2:54. So typically I put myself on mute around this time. I'm still here. You can ask questions. I'll hop back on the mic if I have to. And maybe keep an eye on the INM. It's just sort of the same situation as with the ATXI. This may get rolling at the end of the day. Only thing about the ATXI, I think it's got a heck of a lot more room. I think if it takes out 10, if it does. Yeah, so you look left. I mean, there's really nothing stopping it that near term. So if it can do it, I mean, it's congested right now. Okay, so I will put myself on mute. Okay, guys. So yeah, so I'll hop back on the mic. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy. Ask questions if you want. But I'll put myself on mute right now, and of course I'll pop back on if I see something. I mean, look at this ATXI. I mean, look at all these little bottoming tails. I mean, the trend is still modestly up for this ATXI. But remember, very, very, very whippy. Okay, I will put myself on mute right now. Well, just as I drew my first trend line I've ever drawn on a chart with trade ideas, I was drawing a little trend line here for ATXI, show that the trend was moving higher, and all of a sudden, kersplat! Look at that big red candle. So I guess the moral of the story is do not buy or do not put trend lines on charts. No, there's not a race specifically for pullbacks, no. But any stock that won a race, you can take a look to see if it pulls back. Okay. Any stock that won a race, that's why I constantly say, click on the alert, click on the symbol and see what it, now this is not pulled back, but right there, you could have said, wow, this is pulling back to this level because this one race is at the beginning of the day. But there's not a race that is designed that I have anyway, specifically for a pullback. It also calls it to halt. Man, oh man. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding, guys. I thought, you know what, just for fun, draw a trend line. The first one I've ever drawn. And I was drawing it, saying, okay, and I was adjusting it right in the middle of adjusting it, and then all of a sudden a giant red candle tore right through it. Happy or Hoppy, you might want to ask. I mean, because I don't have one, there could be another one of the traders. Maybe they have something that is a race for pullbacks. I don't know. Okay, so you can go support at trade-ideas.com and just ask. Is there a race designed specifically for pullbacks? Okay. Yeah, look at amps. I mean, amps should be watched tomorrow, guys. I mean, it's an all-time high again, all-time high. So, what do you mean by that exactly, Leonard? You mean stocks that trade options, or we don't scan for options? Well, okay, but that's so you're just looking for stocks that literally, if they trade options, you want to have a race. Okay. Well, that's really simple. You could take you could take this one or this one, and all you have to do, let me just show you. Because remember, a race is starts from a top list window. So if I added, but that wasn't the question. The question was you're looking for races for optionable stocks. Is that correct? Optionable stocks. Yes, okay. So do a search, type in options, and all I would do is just say option volume today, add the filter, and put in 1. Okay, that means it's optionable. I mean, if it passes the filter, it means it is optionable. So that would, and my guess is that probably most of the stocks here would be optionable. I'm just looking, I think I still have an option filter in here somewhere. Yeah, option volume today. Yeah. So most of the stocks in the large cap stocks will be optionable. Okay. These ones maybe not, because they're smaller. I'm just looking option volume today. I mean, some of them will be, but if you literally want to restrict yourself to just stocks that are optionable, then yeah, use that filter, put 1 in the min, and then it'll be an optionable stock if it passes the everything else. All right, guys, so Chris will be in our YouTube room pretty soon. I'd say in about 5 minutes or so. Usually shows up at about 3:25. So what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in. So you can show up, or you can show up. So you can head over there when he's there. He'll be there till 4:30. So the question is in our YouTube room. I didn't actually say anything about halts yet. So question in our YouTube room: do the halts show up in charts? They will. I mean, I don't know what's taking so long. Okay, but yeah, I mean, on my chart, and that's because I'm on a development version. Yeah, the halt, when a stock is halted, it'll show up on a chart. You guys don't have access to that yet. I don't know why it's taking so long. Hey, no problem, Mohammed. Well, I'm going to hold to my initial sort of prediction that the indices would all be NAS, Dow, and SPY would be negative. So it's not that I want that. I'm not cheering it on, but I just had this feeling that this pop would not last. Boy, if there was ever a time, again, you hear me say it all the time, I'm always going to wait for a price before I get in. I could have said to myself here on the ATXI, you know what, this is rising bottoms and all that, higher lows, etc. Come on, it's going to take it out. You know it's going to take it out. Could have taken it right here around 960. And now, even if I'd put a stop in, it's very possible it would have blown right through my stop because that happened really, really quickly. Even if you had an auto stop in, you may not have got out everything you wanted. I mean, the stock is still up 128%, but boy, what a red candle now. There you go. You would have been there. There you go. Well, it's not optionable though, so you wouldn't have been there. It's not optionable. Oh, it doesn't happen to me very often anymore. I mean, I can't remember the last time I just don't anticipate a break. It either happens or it doesn't, so that's just the way I trade. I'll give up 20 or 30 cents because, something like this had the chance to go up a dollar or two. So I don't mind giving up 20 or 30 cents to kind of get to a break point that I think where it could tack on a dollar or two. AMD, I haven't seen AMD for a long time. Super choppy charts though all the time, even on a 15. I actually put a 30-minute chart up just to see what it would look like, and it had topping tails and bottoming tails on whatever stock it was that I put up. I mean, it's just really choppy, and there he is.
Here I am.
It's our little song and dance we have every day, isn't it, Chris?
But it's a good song and dance.
It is a good song and dance. I love your taking over for me.
Whoa, GROV, what's up? Look at that.
Yeah.
I know it had those moves earlier, but here it comes again with bigger volume than it's had all day long.
Exactly. The biggest, yeah, you're right. 1.1 million so far and counting on that 15-minute chart. Absolutely.
Well then.
Well, then.
I was very disappointed in my scan yesterday, but it's even with losing my top 10 5 times today, it still looks okay.
Yeah. Boy, that's annoying. So I don't know how we're going to have it. Like I know Brad wants us to try the development build. By the way, just give me a moment. I'm just going to put myself on mute in the other room. I know Brad wants us to try the development build, but how?
Here, I will pass
Whoops, just lost you, Chris.
to you, and so
I just lost you.
file with Barry right there. Okay, so I sent you in Slack. Try that version when you're ready to go. It has some fix for the logging on the simulator / brokerage plus. That I think is what was causing both our issues there for slowness, and it should take care of whatever that freezing was. That freezing had to do, I think, with the HTML races. Okay. So I worked with Julio for a little while today, and since I've reloaded it, everything has been hunky-dory.
Oh, excellent. Okay, well, I'm eager to try it. Okay, Chris, one of maybe my last few days of beautiful weather, so I'm going to hop on my bike now. So
sounds good.
And I'll pass them on to you from the main room. So we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Very good, very good. Enjoy that ride, Barry. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
So, all right, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Definitely not turnaround Tuesday today. I said yesterday we would take out as my fun predictor. Not that I'm have anything special off anybody else, but I said we'd likely take out the lows of June today. We took those lows out. We bounced just below those lows, and now we're selling off again here into the close. So, make of that what you will. We got about 20 or 30, 31 minutes and change for the close. So we'll see what happens there. Nice, Todd. Very cool. Very cool. So in the back and forth with Barry there, I'm testing some versions of the software that has the HTML in it, these smoother looking races that are going to become the web version. For those of you who've been around a little bit and you've heard us discussing, essentially the web version as anybody knows it now will be gone in the not so very distant near future. And the app and the web version will become one HTML app, essentially web app, more than less. As we continue to migrate towards AWS and one of our lead developers continues to push on that front. So I'm one of the people that's testing, and I've had some real issues the last week or so, and looks like we're starting to work some of that out a little better. But it meant I had to keep shutting down my trade ideas and reloading throughout the day. And so my normal top 10 lists are not what they would normally be on the races. But, all the same, I mean, there were some things that, they still look good overall. So GROV presented a couple of nice opportunities. Easy, no, but again, this is going to be probably as hard of a market as many of you've seen at this point. It's the hardest market I've traded. During the great financial crisis, I was just a quote unquote investor. I was, just doing, research of companies that I liked and use their products and buying stocks to buy and hold like that. I wasn't a trader then. And I mean, the next hardest market that I saw besides this, I guess we'd call the COVID crash, from, I don't know, beginning middle of February of 2020 through whatever part of April when, they turned on all the buying machines forever and ever, or until they stopped turning them on anyway. So, this is hard stuff. And, it's not going to make any of the trading any easier, obviously. Trading's already hard. So anyways, with that said, GROV seems to have been, why are you doing me like that? Seems to have been okay today. HROW, no, that was nothing. I'm guessing it had some kind of halt in news. I know I saw some other things that I liked today, though, from these races. This RNA had a beautiful recovery here off on a turnaround. It's won a few races, been on the races. So there's another one that looked okay. ILAG kind of just hung around here all day long. I mean, if you grabbed it somewhere in here, you never got in trouble, really. You had this one move to try to get out on it here for good price. INM. It's some pickings because I don't have my full list from the day. This INM, I don't know what happened here. Some tradable in there. So that's that. There were other things I saw. Beat. I don't think this did. Yeah, no, I had this early move based here around that 250-ish and then made a nice move again here. So not terrible looking, also not great looking, but not bad, not the worst I've seen. What else? I just don't have much to show up. Oh, AMPS. This came through some races here. Presented a nice opportunity. Very, very nice opportunity here. PXMD also presented a very nice opportunity here today. Very nice opportunity here through PXMD. So a nice day from the races again today for us here. Nice to see that make a comeback. ATXI. Yeah, that came through races early. That was a tough one because it halted a few times, I think, if I remember correctly. Like I said, I was busy with all this developmental stuff today, so I didn't. There's holes in my knowledge of what happened in the market today. But yeah, I mean, ATXI presented a couple of okay opportunities here. Definitely a tough trader with the way it was jumping around. But I don't think the spread ever got out of line on this. I think maybe it opened up to 5 cents at one point, which isn't awful. And it looks like it really stayed true to itself here. And what do I mean by that is I always discuss stocks have a personality, right? Some have more personality than others. And with ATXI, we see these long topping shadows happen a lot here. Obviously, some are bigger than others, but we can see this pattern play out over and over again today. So it really stayed true to itself today. And so knowing history of a stock, I think, is super important. Realizing that, this is not a stock that likes to close on its highs ever. So when you start to see stuff like that going on, it's good to realize it's probably the end, or probably, that's probably a peak on it. Yeah, I think it's very important to know that. Oh, AMPS was another one, I think, right? Did I discuss AMPS? I can't remember. Yeah, we discussed AMPS. That looks like a familiar chart, but I just looked at. So, sorry, Muhammad. What if SPY closed today just above June low? I don't think it means anything if it closes above the June low. I think we tested it. We cracked the ice. We're headed lower. I mean, there's no doubt about that. What I personally think, and I've been right so far, I said this in January. I said this at the end of January after we topped out. So I said this somewhere in here. I said this in this sell-off here. We had a spaces when we were doing spaces, all of us together. And I said, I don't think we ever see full capitulation. I don't think we see the VIX spike above 45 and this crazy cascading sell-off that's just like, oh my God, what's happening to us in the market or anything like that. I know the VIX is, 33 last night, I think, when the futures had settled, or when the VIX had settled. So yeah, you got VIX was, it's 33.43 right now, the VIX. I just don't think we ever see it spike. I think we continue to orderly sell off. I think that's what the Fed wants. I think they're orchestrating it, and I think they're doing it. I don't think they're going to get the soft landing they want, but they're not going to get the crash landing a lot of people are expecting. That's my personal opinion. I don't get paid anything for my personal opinion. I am wrong probably more than I'm right with these things, but I will say I called no big capitulation, no big VIX spike, and you got to figure we've already sold off this much, right? I mean, that's no slouch of a sell-off going on from the beginning of the year, from the highs to the lows, from our all-time highs to our recent lows right now. That's no small sell-off. So, I mean, how much more are people really looking for? I mean, does anybody really think we're coming down here to these COVID lows? I don't think that that's likely. Do I think we could touch 300? Do I think we could break 300? Yeah, I think that's possible. I think we could see something down in this area right here. But realistically, I mean, you're talking about you're talking about a 50% over a 50% market crash. We come down here to the COVID lows. I mean, I don't know. That's great financial crisis type of stuff. And I think, yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff going on. I don't think this is the worst we've ever seen. I don't think it's the worst I've ever seen, but maybe I'm wrong. Won't be, like I said, won't be my first time. So I don't think the closing above the June lows doesn't really mean anything. I think the path of least resistance is lower. We're gonna get. I heard someone call it today a dead rat bounce. I'm gonna steal that from them. A gentleman named Mike that was in a spaces I was listening to earlier today. Because I like cats. I don't want dead cats bouncing. That seems kind of cruel to me. So I think we see a dead rat bounce again. Like I've said many times, biggest bull runs come in bear markets. This was a huge bull run here, still a bear market, right? So we'll see that at some point. I think we're gonna test into the 350s before we see that rally. That's what I think. I'd be happy to be wrong. So anyways, to comment on Mohammed's there, higher their videos explaining each of the support and resistance scanners in the Market Explorer. Yes, there are, Lindsay. I don't know if Michael has all the videos done, but if you were to open a new Market Explorer window, all right, so go to New and Market Explorer, and you click on Market Explorer Guide, you should come across all those videos. It should give you this page here. And yeah, this should have all the videos in it. Flag, yeah. Like I said, I don't know that he has one for every single thing yet, but there should be enough in here to give you an idea of a lot of this. I mean, yeah, that's a lot. That's already a lot there. It's got to be 10 plus videos in there already. So here, I'll drop this link as well for you folks. So that's there. You got it, Mohammed. Of course. Like I said, I have no special insight. My special skill is parroting people that are much smarter than me and have been doing this a lot longer than me, matching it up what I've started to learn and see on my own on charts, and then throwing some of my CMT studies in there, of course. I think that stuff is giving me a little bit more of a broader view on market and trends and things of that nature, having studied the CMT. So I'm going to get rid of actually these lines now. I think this is all done here. That's old news now. They might play a role in the future again when we come back up, but I think they were more of recent market news. And when I say news, just, technical analysis, recent market technical analysis, I think we're going to have to start redrawing some lines here as we continue to, move to the end of the year. So that's that in a nutshell, really. Yeah, so you can always find that. That's in our the user guide that's on the education page. If you go to our homepage, you're going to see the education tab. You'll find that there. And if you open a new Market Explorer window, you'll find that there as well. So that's life in the fast lane. We're at 340. Holy cow. We got time. I got to come up with some content for you folks. Let me throw some questions at me here. So yeah, we just came right down and banged on 362 again, and the June lows was like 362.16. So we already just took out the June lows again. There's the June lows. So what do we got? 362.17. Did I say 16, right? So it's 362.17. So we just punched through that again. We punched down to the 361 territory, did we? No, we didn't. We defended 362. There's still time for it to give it up, unfortunately. So, anywho, that's that. We do have some green sectors today. Uranium. I mean, I think most of you know how I feel about uranium stocks. If you've been around long enough, you should know how I feel about uranium stocks. If you don't know how I feel about uranium stocks, look at every time uranium starts to rally, what happens? Rallies, sells off. Rallies, sells off. Rallies, sells off. Kind of a rally, sells off. Kind of a rally, sells off. So what do? I call uranium stocks liars. They're liars. Those uranium stocks, they're never really breaking out. They're always just teasing you and messing with you. Your metals and mining here, they're green on the day, but I'd say this is a relief bounce. Same with energy at this point. There just seems to be a determined entity out there that's going to end fossil fuels. And, whether it's governments talking about price caps or, all these refineries just keep lighting on fire somehow, or gas line explosions somehow all over the world. Regardless of what's really going on, all that matters for us is price, and price is under pressure, remains under pressure for fossil fuels. So, your XOP and your XLE remain under great pressure. I still lean towards the XOP because of natural gas exploration over the XLE, but you're splitting hairs at that point. Your shippers, there's not much to comment there. OIH, same thing, all oil here, 1, 2, 3, 4 oil. We talked about TAN yesterday and how the solars had been trying to hold up and have really given it up at this point. And I think this is, we filled this gap right here. I think 370 is pretty much a lock on the TANs. But there's a bunch of green here today anyways, so a bunch of green here when the SPY itself is down is interesting. I will note that look how many of these are actually up from the open though versus the close. So these are all up from the close here. All this green is up from the close, but you've got down from the open, 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 down. I think you see the pattern playing out right through here on this right here. So almost more than half of what's green from yesterday's close is actually down on the day. So, not fun. Not fun for me anyways. Like I said, I'm neither a perma bull or a perma bear, but I mean, just, bear markets are not as fun as bull markets. I thought it was. CISQ showed some strength today, more than the average solar stock. Yeah, so Patrick, that would be a good example of, compiling lists. CISQ, there we go. So it'd be a good example of, it would be good if I typed that in right. The right way. There you go, Chris. No, cooking fire. That'd be a good example of looking for relative strength to the sector in the markets, compiling those lists. Because again, we are going to get a bounce at some point, folks. It's not an if, it's a when. We will get some kind of bounce that will precede us swapping to a bull market. There won't just be a bounce and we're going to be in a bull market. We're going to get another couple of dead rat bounces or bull rallies in this bear market. 1, 2, 3. Nobody knows. And so having a list of stocks that have held strength as compared to everything else. So, steal from Michael Noss, when the markets and the big guys are selling, what is it that they're not selling, right? What's the stuff that they're not really selling? That's what you want to look for when we're really down. Then when we bounce, then you want to take the look at that short list again, and how is that reacting to the bounce in the overall market? And that's how you find strength and relative strength and things like that. So, yeah, I think it's very important stuff. Dust on my races a few times yesterday. Yeah, gold got smacked around yesterday, Peter. GLD. GLD got really hurt yesterday. Back under pressure again today. GDX. That's your miners. One's gold trust, the other is going to be miners. So here's your miners. Same thing, under pressure again today. So, the charts kind of mirror each other. I talked last week. I threw up a weekly chart of gold. I think I actually threw up a monthly chart of gold. Whoops. Yeah, it was a monthly chart, right? That I saw something funny in. What did I see funny in? I guess not. I guess it had to be a weekly chart. Yeah, it was a weekly chart. And so I said with gold, interesting level here. You draw a line. That's not where I really want to draw that line. Let's do this the right way, Chris. I'm going to draw that line to this area here. And I said last week it'd be interesting if gold sold up, did the sell off after this move up, and it found support here. And this is where, gold and gold miners could make a big stand and turnaround. Obviously, that is not the case. That is clear bleed through. That's, if I was looking to short gold, I have full confirmation on that short right now. And the next support area for gold is literally the COVID crash. That's your next support area for gold miners. Look at that. So CMT stuff talks often about confirmation and throwbacks and pullbacks. So a pullback in CMT terms is when you blast through support and you pull back to that support and it becomes resistance. And so we had that, as a matter of fact, on this weekly chart. We came through, we closed down here on a weekly, we closed underneath again another weekly. We came back up, pushed back through on an open weekly candle here, and we've thrown it right back down again. So, wow, that is a big deal on gold. That is a short if I ever saw one. I will not be shorting it, but man, that is one ugly, 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 ugly chart, GDX. So anyways, make of that what you will. PPSI, was that one we were looking at yesterday? Was that one I traded yesterday, actually, I should say. Back on the daily. Yeah, I traded this shit. Yeah, this was the one I traded yesterday. I grabbed it on like a 360 break or something here. 363 break on this candle here. Or this candle here, I can't remember. And got part of that move. Yeah, so looking to close strong in the face of a market selling off again. You got to love that, right? Excuse me, just need a sip of water here. Yeah, good stuff there. Oh, you still got a small position. All right, well, just careful and manage that. What's tomorrow's Wednesday? I'm trying to feel the market right now. I know we're quote unquote due for a bounce right now. I really feel like we're going to sell off the rest of the week. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow's an inside day and then we sell off Thursday and Friday. That's what I kind of feel is coming. Be happy to be wrong. Just kind of what I feel right now. We'll see, I guess. Yeah, that's what I got. KPRX. What did this do today? Nothing. Must have been on my races earlier. I'm trying to see how I would have seen that. I guess it must have been on my races, maybe somewhere in here. I'm trying to recover. Oh, this was a reverse split. Odd. Okay, so our charts reflect the reverse split correctly, but our single stock window does not. I was wondering, that was really throwing me off for a second there. Yeah. Well then, the stock is not up 3,600%. So, but yeah, it came through a race at some point. I'm guessing somewhere in here. I must have seen it and threw a price alert on there. Are there any good cyber companies? I have no idea. I wouldn't even know one cyber company, Michael Anthony. I don't even know what cyber company means, to be honest. I'm not sure what that really means. I'm not even sure what cyber company means. Sorry. Here, I want to bring over my price alerts window, duplicate to free floating. And there we go. So yeah, I mean, these are things I was looking at through the day. Apron made a nice move today. Really nice move. So I was on races earlier. I was on races a few times today. So yeah, there's a lot of good tradable stuff coming through the races today. I gotta say, much better day today overall. What else? I saw DVAX, but that never ended up amounting to anything. You can see that there. Let me start deleting things here. So let's get rid of, let's go one by one. We'll start deleting some stuff. Apron, right? So we looked at that. So, you know, who knows? Maybe Apron will set up another run for us here. Why not? Anything's possible, right? INDO jumped on a race for like a minute, but nah, you know, looking at this chart, I thought, you know, could it make a bounce? Energy is having some sympathy from being sold off really heavy last week or so, but no, INDO didn't do anything. Do I know of any anti-pipeline sabotage companies? You know, Hal, if I did, that'd be long those. I'd be very long those right now. I like where your head's at, though. I like that. All right, yeah, Crowd, Palo Alto. No, I don't think I have anything to comment on those. I think here's another great thing that I heard today, and I would think it would behoove you all to go write this down right away and then make sure you commit it to memory. Is the ones that let us up into this bull market will not be the ones that lead us out of, or the ones that let us down into this bear market will not be the ones that lead us out of this bear market. Your Pelotons, your Zooms, your Metas, your Modernas, NVAX, any of those high flyers from the pandemic that bursted out and then have completely busted their bubbles, they will not be the ones that lead us out on this. We're going to look for leadership somewhere else. Will it come from any of those sectors? Of course, it'll come from some of those sectors. Those sectors will produce all kinds of winners at some point when we move to a new bull market. But their wedding date is over. You know, they had their wedding, all those stocks. They're married and they've been put out to pasture. That's it. You know, these will not be the stocks that lead us back up. It will not be a stock that leads us to the next bull market. I am very comfortable saying that. Very comfortable saying that. You will never see Zoom at $600 again. Not in our lifetime, anyways. You will not see mRNA be the leader in this next market that sets up, you know, the next bull run that happens, outside of them somehow coming up with some miracle drug. Is that possible? I guess, but I think their day in the sun is done. You know, that's like Meta. This thing seems like it's on a death march, like a complete and utter death march. Everybody I know hates Facebook. I mean, I don't know anybody that's like, God, I love Facebook. I don't know one person that says that. I'm not saying this price can't recover, but what I am saying is this will not be what leads us into the next bull market. There's zero chance of this leading us into the next bull market. Who else? anyways, let's go back through and, Palantir, what is it? Can't even think of the name of that Palantir. Is this it? There we go, PLTR. I don't imagine this will be what leads us into the next bull market. I highly doubt it. I'd give this a better shot at some of the other stocks I mentioned. That's just my 2 cents there anyways. So anyways, back to run through the rest of these price alerts here. So speaking of refineries, VTNR had this great run months and months and months ago. Saw it come through a race today. So I threw it. I threw it up here with a price alert. Maybe it gets a bounce. I don't know, but I doubt it. Anyways, adios to you, price alert. AMPS, we'll see what happens with that tomorrow. Great move, closing out on all-time highs. Anybody short this is in big pain right now. Big pain right now. Anybody short it. If you're short it, you are short it under today's price. This was the previous all-time high back here. All right, so
ILAG.
Good looking chart there. Whoop, ILAG. So I actually just had a small order, just had a small position in ILAG just get filled. Kind of annoying that it's now going to spike in the last few seconds here, but I didn't want to take it home overnight. So, anywho, life in the fast lane and all that. Get rid of that price alert. Move on. PXMD. Yeah, it's kind of giving us a middle finger candle there. I know it's not red, but all the same. No much to comment on that. I think Todd said we had the rug pull here. Yep, that was definitely a rug pull there. But look, you had time on it. It wasn't, you got even the break above 4, you got up here. It wasn't like you didn't have 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, 20 plus minutes to figure out what you were doing with that position, So, opportunity was there. Adios to that, though. ATXI, again, true to its nature, these big topping shadows. Adios here. And I don't know what else. So KXIN. KXIN. Who are you? Interesting. All right, that could be an interesting one to watch tomorrow. 800,000 shares on the day, so it was a good amount of liquidity there. Doing 2.5 times what it normally does. Big float on that, considering those big moves that it makes. Really big float. 150, nearly 150 million float. That's interesting. Cano. I actually looked at this because it was on the strength alerts. Thought I'd take a look here, but this is, look how well this is held up here. That's holding up pretty well, I'd say. That's holding up really well, I would say. anyways, we'll continue my work on getting rid of price alerts here. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to delete you. Really, I'm just going through to see if there's anything I didn't cover that popped on a race. LAZR popped up on a race. Again, big downtrend with this. I'm just looking for a day trade. Made a nice move. Actually made a pretty decent move here. But my attention was elsewhere today. DVAX, we already talked about DVAX. Let's get rid of that. Delete. Yes. Peloton showed up to the party today and then sold off. So again, your Pelotons, this will not be a stock that leads us out of this bear market. Barring some madness happening, like another set of lockdowns or something like that. I mean, I think it's unlikely, but I won't discount anything at this point in life from happening again. But anyways, Peloton showed up early. Nothing. STNE, another high flyer early in the morning, gave it up. A lot of downtrends. A lot of big downtrends here. And even, the big majority of the move was here, right? A lot of sideways time right there, right? A lot of sideways time. So I don't mirror your stocks. EQ won a few races early in the day for me. Same thing though. Never really got in gear from there. Skin, another one, SKIN. A lot of these charts look really, really similar. Kind of amazing. Same thing, Didn't exactly give it up, but just never got in gear. PAGS popped up. Same thing. Look how much a lot of these look like the SPY too. I mean, look how close that is to the SPY. This didn't gap up quite like the SPY did. The SPY gapped up a little more, but then you got that kind of sideways down movement, a release, and a recovery, and a little bit of weakness into the close, and that weakness into the close. So, I mean, again, how many stocks are just really mirroring or very close to mirroring the averages? Beat, we covered already. Get rid of you. And last but not least, YYM popped up on a race, and I never heard from it again after the opening candles. So, yeah, I don't even know what to say at this point. Get rid of that. As we get rid of that whole price alerts thing. So you can see, I start blank with my price alerts daily. No reason to keep anything extra. I don't know. I don't even know what to say or look at right now. I said it was kind of a bummer. My top 10 list is jaded because of having to reload so many times today. LESL. I feel like we talked about that yesterday. Yeah, we did. We had to have with that. So it looks like it wants to come back down here and fill this gap. I think actually Barry said he took a short on this yesterday. Pretty sure that's what Barry said. That's probably how I had it pointed out to me. So interesting candle here to close on that, actually. Now, mind you, this thing is in a massive downtrend, but look at the volume bars yesterday and today. Almost 41 million shares traded, doing 31 times what it's normally doing. So, this will be in play tomorrow. Did it perhaps find itself a bottom here and a rebound is on track, or was it just chipping away at the ice to break through and finish filling that gap, heading back down towards 13. Your guess would be as good as mine. But certainly worth noting and certainly in play. GDXD, inverse leverage. So here's some more gold miners referencing Peter talked about DUST earlier, dust. And here we go again. I would be remiss if I didn't point out this. Now, doing technical analysis on these isn't, not saying don't do technical analysis on inverse ENTs and ETFs and things like that, but what I would pay attention to is that massive increase of volume over time. That baseline of volume has just continued to grow as gold comes under pressure more and more and more. So, I don't have two computers. I only have the one computer right now, so kind of have to work with the machines that I have. There's a lot going on for me during the day. I'm doing testing with and for the dev team. I'm answering emails and chats all day long. I'm trying to trade 2 accounts, and yeah, and then I still need to be a human being, and have to do all the things that human beings do during the course of a day also, that involve getting off of a desk, eating, stretching your legs, getting a glass of things of that nature. So I mean, it's not like it happens that often either. I mean, it's happened a couple of times recently. I've run into a buzzsaw with a couple of things that I'm testing here. So, it is what it is. So Posh is on the strength alerts. And what I find interesting about this is it keeps showing up on races, but then not really. Once I see it on the race, it never really does much afterwards. But bit of a base here. And you'd think this is the kind of stock that would suffer during a recession, right? Because don't they sell like expensive stuff? Yeah, I have no idea what any of that means. Redwood City. But interesting to see, and relatively speaking, Posh has actually been strong the last couple of weeks compared to the rest of the market. In fact, let's do a fun exercise. We've got Posh. Let's go to chart style, comparison, SPY. So isn't that something? So we've got the SPYs up here, and obviously up over it. But this is kind of curled and starting to make a move up, where this is curling and making a move down. Relative strength. I'm not saying flight to safety and Posh or anything like that. It's just kind of interesting to see over these last couple of months a retail stock stronger than the overall market. I find that interesting. I do like these comparison charts. Could it be the start of going up if the bottom's in? Of course it could be. I don't think it is. I don't think we're going up. Again, I think we've got probably 2 or so bull rallies in this bear market before we might get the actual big rally that gets us out. There's a lot of stuff to digest still, and I think it's going to be a bleak winter in the northern hemisphere with all this stuff going on with energy crisis in Europe and everything like that. So I don't think we're anywhere near out of the woods for any of that stuff. So I think we got a ways to go, unfortunately. I really don't think testing 300 on the SPY is out of the realm of possibility. I really think we can come down here over the next couple of months. I think it'll look something like, till we get down here. I don't think seeing something like that over the next couple of months is unreasonable. The next, I'll say 4 to 8 months. I just don't think that's unreasonable at this point. So. Last thing I'm going to do here, I have to take off a few minutes early. We've got softball tonight. I just want to do this with a top list and just show you again, as compared to the overall market. Was there anything really up today? You got this thing that, had the reverse split, but, look at the stuff that was up. They're either newer issues in general or they're stocks that have been in long, long downtrends. There's nothing here. HROW, the closest thing you're going to get to some strength here, I guess. And even that, it's pharmaceuticals. I mean, I don't know. It's not far off a lifetime high. So, but you're at the mercy of the FDA and stuff like that, So, a new issue here. Penny stock. There's very, very little place to hide or strength in the overall market. AMPS, that is like the highlight right now. That's it. That is really it. So, all right, folks, I'm going to wrap it up early today as I've got to run in a few moments here to get up to the field on time. Stay the course with the trading plans and all those things of that nature. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so Barry, as usual, will have the room open 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. You'll have Jamie at noon tomorrow, and I'm back here at 3:30. And that's how it will go. So, all right, folks, cut you short today, but I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll do it all over again. Again, I always appreciate you all for the questions, the comments, and the interactions. And hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday, wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth. All right, adios, folks. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.